Do you hear what happened between like New Haven and Whitehawk? And I'm like, why would I be looking that up? It's like, oh, it's a great game. I was like, fucking hell.
Yeah, it's like a different little world, but with like a little sprinkle of the big stuff. You know,
Yeah.
there's still the contingent of diehards and like chanting and what have you.
I'm ready, by
Cool.
the way.
Sweet. Well, welcome one and all to session number 3 of chapter number 1 of campaign number 2 of my creation. Last session you did some stuff. You fought and killed some innocent beasts that were just trying to eat some of your horses. And I hope you're all proud of yourselves. You got a god complex and raised 2 guards from the dead, which was impressive. You had the great gratitude of a very blinged up dwarven gentleman, Submarchian Gildred Forge Fire. You spent a lot of the session being very suspicious of some people who are still around, and had some interesting conversations, lots of lovely RP, which I enjoyed listening back to as I listened back through the session. And we finished on Atala having an interesting experience throughout the night. I thought it might interest you all to know that it has now been 7 days past since you left Tressendar Manor, starting to head north. So for different party members, that means different amounts of travel. But it has been 7 days since you met and decided to head north together. But I'll move us over as we begin upon the morning of another day on this cold road towards Mirabar. Is there anything anybody would like particularly to do or say, want, request? Or are we just setting back out on the road once more towards Mirabar?
Let's go.
Back to Neverwinter. You've had enough.
Yeah. Too cold. Let's go home.
Sorry, Jorek. Too much.
See you later, bud.
Did this? I can't remember because I lost my notebook with my notes in it.
Nice.
Did Gildred Forgefire promise Bungo that there would be diamonds or something in Mirabar?
Yes, he did, yeah. Lots, apparently.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. He said the gratitude would be the gratitude of the city, and that he would make sure. Well, he said he'd make sure that everything was available to you.
Okay.
He didn't necessarily say he'd be gifting everything to you,
Okay.
but you could always inquire further. Sorry, Kieran?
You did give us money though, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, and you
200.
added it to your inventory, yeah.
Nice.
Because he seems to be fucking minted.
Big money, Gildred.
Big gold energy. But yeah, you have 1 wagon to your name. Is it the
yeah,
same
sure. Forgot about that.
situation? Or do you want to turf out the masked guys? At the moment, it's 2 oldies and the 3 masked guys riding a bit cramped in the back of that wagon with Grace driving it. Everyone else is on foot, logging along.
I remember what Bungo was gonna do.
Uh-oh. Yeah.
Because I remember, I think it was Grey. No, or Sandrow, I think it was, who was like, there's something fucking off with them. And
Mhm.
said it to Bungo. So I think Bungo in the morning was going to prepare, because I did repair it, was going to prepare, detect evil and good.
Uh-oh. Yep. I mean, uh-oh, maybe.
I will display it in the Roll20.
Well, you can't cast it because I said so. That's fine. Does it have components? I think you asked me last time.
Verbal and somatic.
Oh, not even any material. Cool. So how does Bungo set this up? Is he just stood by the wagon? Is he stopping at people before they start?
I
At the
think
moment, everyone's still sort of sleepily waking up and getting ready for the day, packing up their stuff.
I think he would kind of like maybe stroll alongside the wagon with Sandral, kind of like gives her a knowing nod in preparation, and then as he's
Wait,
doing,
would she know
I think he would tell her, yeah,
when she wakes up?
yeah, probably.
She'd be like, "Do you want to do it now?"
Do you think no time better than the present? Do you not think?
Maybe we should get everyone else away.
This is true. Although I will simply know the information.
Will they know you know?
Only if they are particularly perceptive. I think Bungo's gonna.
Gonna go for it?
I mean, Sandra makes a good point.
I mean, we're either going to have to fuck with them later or fuck with them now, so...
Fuckity fuckity.
All the innocent people, try and get them away.
As far as you know.
I think in that case, then Bungo.
It's like, sit in the wagon and do it so they can't see you cast it.
They're in the wagon though.
Yeah. So sit out of view and then do it.
Yeah, I could do it out because it penetrates most barriers.
It's 3 foot of wood that can block it, and I'm assuming they're not sitting behind 3 foot of wood.
No, definitely not that thick.
I think Bungo would at least get like Sandral, then maybe to like make like some noise to like cover his sound. Maybe go. She might be like, go tell Blam a hilarious joke or something. I don't know.
Wait, but Gildridge is in the wagon too.
True.
Yeah, currently, yeah.
She'd be like, I don't feel comfortable doing it if Gildridge is in the wagon. What if they have a bad reaction?
It's true.
But they won't know you're doing it if you can't see them, though, right? Unless they like feel something.
I better
Oh, yeah.
hear me though.
Just fall behind and do it a bit further back.
Yeah.
Sandra doesn't know how the spell works.
Yeah, her worries are founded.
I think Bungo would. I'm just debating myself. If can Bungo see if he can tell if it would be reasonable for him to sort of cast this spell like under his breath without them noticing out of view, Tom?
The
So-
under breath stuff, I'm not really on
Didn't
board
you say
with.
it's somatic as well? Or does it have to be as well, or one or the other?
both.
It's both, yeah.
It needs
It
to be
has to be both.
spoken. But equally, Bungo, you're looking around a camp of people that are all getting up, speaking with each other. It's not silence. Yours wouldn't be the only voice. You could play it off as some, like, for someone to recognize what you were doing, they would need to be skilled in the clerical arts themselves. I mean, these guys are dressed up in supposedly religious robes. Grace might recognize it immediately, but yeah. You don't think you can do it under your breath, but you certainly think if other noises were made, or you found a moment when lots of people were discussing or making noise, you could probably do so without yours being the prevalent sound.
It's just whether Bungo thinks it's worth the risk.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's going to try. He can remain within 30 feet of them, which is still a fair distance.
It's quite a way, yeah.
Yeah. I think he's going to at least try.
Cool. That's fine. So it's an action, right? I believe.
It is an action, yeah.
Yeah. So you get to the edge of what seems reasonable, making sure that the length of the wagon or the compartment in the wagon is still well within range. You are an experienced adept with your spells, your clerical works. You reach out to Lyra for a spell that I don't think you've used very often
No.
before, but with this, it's very much a sense of awareness around you, and your already sharp perception is heightened further as this wave of golden light, visible only to you, spreads out, and as it glows and flows across your companions, you sort of glance around and you see these telltale glimmers of goodness in your people. Is it just creatures it senses?
It says, for the duration, you know if there is any aberration, celestial, elemental, fey, fiend, or undead within 30 feet of you, as well as where the creature is located.
So it sweeps out.
Also says, similarly, that you know if there is a place or object within 30 feet of you that has been magically consecrated or desecrated.
Interesting.
Hmm.
Okay. Your awareness sweeps out, and you do get 3 pings of distinct undeath from within the wagon.
Mm-hmm.
You also get an interesting ping of consecration from within Atala's belongings, one of her bags.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I think Bungo would kind of like be like, kind of almost like a curiosity more than anything. I think once Bungo realizes this, he would make quick effort to inform both Sandral, Grey, Atala, and Blam.
Okay. So the rest of you are treated one after the other to Bungo, moving around the camp with an urgency and informing you as to what he's found.
Sandra will go tell Grey.
Yeah. It isn't one of the masked people walking along outside of the wagon.
Yeah, so at this point, this is still everyone sort of getting up ready for the day. People are milling about, packing away the tarpaulins that have been used to cover up the spaces around the wagon. The 3 masked figures are just sitting within the wagon. You've seen it open a couple of times.
All 3 of them.
With Gildred stretching his legs and so on. Previously in the walking setup, yes, one of them had been walking alongside to make room for for Gildred and for Father Wright.
But now all 3 of them are inside.
It seems that was how the night was spent, yeah.
And the wagon's got like a closed door on the back, doesn't it? So we can't really see inside.
Mm-hmm. So it's being opened and closed as people are packing things up and putting them back into the wagon.
Yeah. No, okay, never mind. I will be vigilant.
Maybe
Okay.
we should just confront them, get everyone else away.
Might be worth doing. Perhaps we could recommend to Grace of the gods. She seems a trustworthy sort. Perhaps we could suggest a rest spot and then perhaps
Nice.
formulate a plan.
Would Sandra know that Bungo can turn undead?
I think so. Yeah, she's familiar.
She has to be like, why don't you just scare them off?
My only concern is if it's not guaranteed success, and
But we'll have to fight them anyway.
I know I'm more concerned with your previous concerns about the innocents being within the wagon with them.
That's why you get them out first and then do it.
I agree. That's why.
Without raising suspicion.
I think if
Good
we
luck with it.
try and
Just say-
stop for rest, I don't see
Say
why
the
that's...
wagon's wheel's broken and we've got to fix it or something.
Well, we could try.
Mhm.
I was going to suggest we could ask to stop for rest. And then, once people have exited the wagon, it may become easier. Those three don't seem particularly, I don't know what the word is, they don't seem to move about a lot. What do you think, Gray?
I think we should just keep a much closer eye on them than we have been previously. And if anything happens, if we have an opportunity to confront them, great. But right now, might be a bit too risky. Maybe we should even wait until we're closer. 'Cause do we know how far away we are from... what was the name? Murderbur.
Yeah, you know that you are 2 days out of Luskin. One of those days was spent traveling with the full wagons for the most part. So you got a decent distance. You're probably still... You're probably still another 3, 4, maybe 3.5 days away from Mirabar itself.
Yeah, Gray would rather do something when we're a bit closer. You know, if shit hit the fan and we needed to run for our lives the rest of the way.
I think
I'm
Bungo...
going to do that 3 days away.
I think Bungo trusts Gray's opinion on this and defers to him.
Any objections?
Sounds good.
Nope.
No.
Just keep a close eye on them, that's all.
Yeah, that's fine. With a sharp eye and a newfound appreciation for your companions, you set about helping everyone to pack up and get ready, shaking off the fleeting warmth of sleep, being greeted by a very frigid day. Clouds do seem to be gathering above. You've previously had fairly clear skies, but up here in the frozen north, things are getting colder and colder. But you head on, Grace knowing the route well. You don't have to make any checks for guidance. You're simply heading along the road, and the hours begin to march past as you trudge through the snow, gazing around at the fleeting trees, scant vegetation, the ever-present spine of the world mountain range off to your left in the distance, looming to one side. Is there anything anyone would like to do or discuss during this travel, or shall I move us along to the next evening?
I think Bungo would, at some point, whilst, like, keeping a close eye on these three, would maybe go, like, talk with the Submarchian and this guy here, and I think he would just genuinely be like, he's gonna come up and just, being ready to cast aid on them at 5th level, and he's just gonna use the guise of, you know, it's been a dangerous journey so far, I want to make sure everyone's safe. Yeah, I think he's going to target those two and maybe one of the guards.
Okay.
No, actually no, these three are all on the wagon, right? Like Grace, Submarchian, and this old guy.
Farther right, yeah.
I think those three then.
Okay.
And he'd use the guise of like, this is our only wagon left. I want you to be safe.
Grace, would you have any objection to that? You know full well what the spell does as well within your own powers. Grace of the goods.
Anya of the Barnya.
Oh no, is it on your microphone time?
She might...
Does she think she was talking earlier? Yeah, I think that's quite possible.
Oh dear.
Hello?
It's
Hello,
fixed.
my love.
Hello. Sorry, I wondered why nobody was answering me earlier.
Oh, I hate that
sorry.
feeling.
But everyone was ignoring me. I was taking the piss out of Kieran going, Look, he's trying to impress his friends. Look how inside my toilet is.
Well,
Sorry,
can you
Kieran.
flush my toilet somewhere?
I don't think she'd have any objections. I think she'd wonder why Bungo was casting it on them and not on the masked figures. But I think she thinks they're fucking sus anyway, so. But she's also just like, eh.
I think she would
But-
know that Bungo can only cast it on 3 people anyway, so it's kind of like a nice even number conveniently
Okay.
is along the cart, so. And since this guy's kind of like the most valuable, I suppose.
Does it improve your AC?
HP, max HP by 20 and current HP by 20.
Whoa! I was gonna say I don't need any more AC. My AC is crazy high.
Cool.
Is it though?
23.
What?
Tala will go and oh yeah, it's high.
Hmm?
You there?
Tala's
Hannah?
probably gonna just ask Grace of the Gods.
It's not just
When
me,
she-
right?
No, she's lagging really
You
bad.
found these guys?
She's a computery guy.
Anna, you're a computery guy.
Where she met them?
Yeah.
If you pick one bar.
Oh dear.
Grace, you met them. This would have been. I think we discussed this last time. This was in Luskan itself.
Yeah. How?
So
Because yeah, no. Remind me how the arrangement came that they were on my pilgrimage. Because they wouldn't have talked to her, would they?
they did speak to you.
You said one of them did.
Oh.
Yeah, one of them.
Oh
spoke
yeah,
to
but I don't know which one it was. Yeah, yeah.
you
Mhm.
and essentially said, "We wish to join your pilgrimage to Mount Archelon and pay our respects to Lord Bahamut."
And Grace said,
And-
"Nah, you're dodgy as shit. Get out of it."
No, Grace said, "Of course, I am a vessel for Bahamut's glory, and I am going to help you get there."
Grace is far more accommodating than I am.
Well, you know, they just seem like, yeah, perhaps odd, but honest folk.
And quirky.
Fair to say, Grace has, what's the word? Couriered her fair share of weirdos up Mount Archelon in her time.
Oh, you surprised me.
She needs the cash.
Yeah. It is all in the glory of Bahamut.
If Atala asked Grace what they sounded like, she would say they sounded. The one that spoke had a fairly deep voice. They spoke very flatly and plainly, very matter of fact. There wasn't a croak to their voice. They sounded like a person. There wasn't much of an accent. It was very verging on monotonous. So, yeah. And also I think, Bungo, with you casting the spells, I think both Astrid and Robin, the guards, would look to you a bit and just have a sort of raised eyebrow and be like, is there anything you'd like us to do? Anything you'd like us to be aware of?
I think Bungo would, in privately, quite far away from the wagon, say, we need to keep an eye on these 3. And I would say, I think he would ask them to focus on protecting these lot as much as possible.
Okay.
And just sort
You
of...
make a persuasion check with advantage.
Yes, of course.
because they do have split bosses.
12.
12. Okay. They would give you a stern nod. I think Astrid would give you a bit of a look of concern,
Mm-hmm.
but they would move off to kind of loosely flank this group that are trudging through the snow.
What were the guards' name again? Astrid and
Robin.
Robin. That's
You should be able to see their nameplates on the screen now.
Batman and Robin.
Oh yeah, I can. Yeah, thank you.
Astrid. Okay, but if no actions are being done, the wagon trundles on, carving twin furrows through the blanket of snow. As the day wears on, the weak sun passes overhead and begins to settle into the behind you as your backs are warmed by the last few fleeting rays. You settle down for the night. Is there anything anyone would like to do with their evening?
I think Bungo throughout this time probably would approach Atala at some point
Mm-hmm.
and just sort of, kind of half jokingly saying, "Have you?"
Honey, the fuck's in your bag.
Yeah, he would kind of be like, "I didn't know you'd picked up a gift for me."
Oh, well, I haven't.
Oh,
What makes you say that?
well, you don't have to lie. It's fine. I've Lyra's eyes watch all.
I know you're very perceptive, Bungo, but I haven't.
Oh, well, there is something within your bag that is consecrated. Funnily enough, sorry, I assumed it might be something for me, or have you been delving into practices with Lyra? I know she's not your central focus, but
No, dear, I got different focuses. Maybe you just left a symbol in my bag or something.
he kind of nods and just says, "Perhaps, yes. I do have a tendency to leave my things around, I suppose."
Yes, you do, dear. I'm constantly picking up your sock.
Well, I can't sleep with them on, you know. My feet get awfully hot.
Oh, I know. I'll have to get you a little special sock rock.
I mean,
Warm them.
that would be a good idea. Perhaps they do such a thing in Mirabar.
Maybe.
They are well known for their rocks and other gems and many things within Mirabar.
Well, precisely. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a lot of magic to look forward to seeing.
Well, I'll certainly be on the lookout for a sock rock. Well,
Anyway, dear, we got a big morning tomorrow, so we should sleep.
I would like to, before we sleep, gather everyone away from those three, and perhaps, he kind of looks over to Sandra and says, perhaps, young Miss Quinzel had an idea.
It's awfully fascinating, though, don't you think? I don't think I've seen undead in real life before.
I'm
Being the stories.
sadly, you know that I have.
I know, dear.
Little good comes from it.
Still, I can't help but curious.
I know. But if they are following us or they are here for... I cannot see what reason an undead creature would have to travel. What... I've never met a creature of undead nature with good intention. Would
That's-
Bungo be aware of any creature of undead nature, Tom, that might be aligned more good?
Hamish.
Sensed a joyous presence in Waterdeep. No, I mean Bungo's actually. I mean Bungo's had a lot of experience with the undead.
Mm-hmm.
Though all negative zombie creatures, risen skeletons, spirit, ghost, banshees. You have experienced undead with a high level of intelligence or seeming intelligence, the ability to speak and reason, though perhaps not reasonable. Still to have thoughts and feelings, emotions. Through your clerical understanding and abilities, you'd have pretty good knowledge of undead creatures, that the most common types being just essentially risen dead matter under the control of a necromancer or powerful magic user, but that you can have spirits that have been left behind. You would know, I think Bungo would know about wights, and
Yeah.
that you can have, and revenants, but all of these things are distinctly evil or with an evil purpose.
Yeah, I think in that case,
Bungo-
then
yeah.
Bungo would look to Atala and say, "Gather everyone round. Maybe you can just bring up the story of Melkor the Great."
Of course, if you think that's the time for it.
I think it is. I think I shall have a chat with these three-hooded figures.
You be careful, though.
I shall.
I mean,
Lyra
Can I
watches
find
over
it?
me. I am never alone when she's with me. You know that.
I know, and I'm glad for it. I'll go do my best and gather everyone up.
Thank you, dear.
That's what she does.
So Atala comes to each of you and calls on you to gather together, away from the others. Everyone is milling about, putting together a trail dinner. It is cooked, but looks like dried meats are being put together with various ingredients for a stew, melting some snow down for the water. But
Tom.
I assume you will go along? Yes?
Would that include Grace? Or should I say Hannah? Should that include Grace?
Yeah, it's up to Atala.
Or any of the other people, I suppose.
Yeah, Bungo specifically wants to go to these three, right? So she'd try and gather.
Bungo would want to get
Everyone.
everyone around.
Hey, everyone except you three.
Well,
Come and have a look over here.
Bungo's counting on these three just not to even pay attention and react.
Indeed.
To be fair, you could probably say everyone come and have a look at this, and they still would.
Exactly.
Yeah,
That's what Bungo's counting on.
Is that what you do, Atala? You kind of proclaim to the crowd?
There's a story to be told. Let's tell it.
Okay. Yeah, I think the vast majority would kind of hop to, and gather over with you. They'd be excited by the prospect, especially Gangster Thal. I think Monsieur Gibbon would be grumpy and protesting, but once he sees the crowd moving, he wouldn't want to be one that's left behind. And the
You'll see
worker.
Blams there as well.
That's very true. Yeah, I don't think you'd get, unless Grace, you would object.
Probably not.
So everyone gathers over around you, Atala, looking on expectantly.
I think whilst this is happening, Bungo would approach Grey and just quietly whisper, just say to him, Do you think we are close enough to Mirabar for me to potentially have a word with our companions?
How far did you say we are now?
About 3 days.
Yes, it's not really much further than before.
No.
Don't know. It's a long ways to go if anything goes horribly wrong and we need to outrun these guys.
You're right. Let's wait another few nights, and I think each night I want to encourage everyone to gather round, and hopefully those three will continue to remain in the wagon each night. And on the third night, I will have a word with them.
I'd say
Good
you'd
idea.
both be aware that the three of them aren't in the wagon currently. They're sat watching the fire.
Yeah.
When Atala called people over, they didn't call over. Though now that everyone has moved, one of the figures has turned its head and is just looking over at the
Oh,
the
fuck
other room.
that.
Yeah.
Oh,
I would change him slightly what he said, just to sit around the fire with them then.
Mhm.
too spoopy.
Okay.
Oh.
So, Hannah, I'm ready for my story.
If Gray agrees, though.
Oh, yeah, I know nothing about.
Gray, I assume you're happy with this? Keeping an
Yeah,
eye,
yes,
sitting by the
Yep.
fire.
for sure.
Atala, you tell a tale.
Very long tail.
Excellent. Yeah, and do a quick performance check for me, but the DC or the numbers I have in mind are very low with your experience with the storytelling troupe.
Oh.
Okay. There's some looks of disappointment from the crowd, perhaps. People starting to get distracted, to drift away. I'd say probably Rayla and Temkin, being particularly kind souls. They keep their attention on you and just have encouraging smiles and are nodding along. But I'd say probably halfway into the story, you notice both Father Wright and Gildred Forgefire have kind of slumped onto each other's shoulders and are snoozing away at the back of the crowd.
Yeah.
Don't feel like you're at your best with everything that's going on.
No, I think she's probably distracted by whatever goes down.
Indeed.
Yeah,
But you
Bungo.
end.
Sorry, go on.
That's alright. Just gonna say you end, and they begin to head back to their stations, or is there something you want to do, Bungo? To
No,
use the
Bungo.
attention?
Bungo would just be he would just be watching and observing and seeing that these guys aren't coming over, just confirming it, and just we're essentially waiting another few days to just bring any kind of conversation with these fellows. So I think
That's fine.
he's just following Gray's advice. I think it's smart.
Very good. I think somewhat on into the evening after food has been passed around once more, and you're all beginning to think about heading off to bed and getting yourself wrapped up nice and warm to fight this blasted cold. I think, Grace, you would actually be accosted by Monsieur Gibbon,
Great.
and he would trudge up through the snow, stand tall in front of you, looking down at you, having your dinner, probably finishing off your dinner, and just say, "Madame, I would like to speak to you in private."
But of course. Please do follow me. And she'd lead him over to one of the wagons, which I assume are empty.
Well, you've only got the one wagon left now because the horses
Well-
got nicked.
Is the wagon empty?
The wagon is empty right now, yeah, because everyone's around the fire, so you can kind of skirt
Yeah.
around to the other side of the wagon and have some privacy that way.
Yeah, that's what she'd do.
Very good. And as you do, he sort of adjusts his belt and beneath
Oh
his
god,
belly.
no!
No! Adjusts, as in like puffing up his chest and being all like, squares his shoulders. He's like, "Madame, I must insist. This favoritism shown towards Father Wright and your masked companions is unfair and unfit. I am an important man, and I should be riding in the wagon each day."
Yes, but Father Wright is infirm. He will not make the journey if we do not aid him.
Well, carried? Or what about your masked friends? They are not infirm, are they?
Are you volunteering to carry Father Wright?
Bah, of course not. It would not be suitable for a man of my station.
Then there is your answer. There is no favoritism in Bahamut's eyes.
Bahamut. Bah. Well, if you do not speak in understanding and respect, perhaps this is a language you will comprehend. And he will pull out a hefty-looking coin purse and jingle it in front of you. I can
No.
pay for my place in the wagon.
No, sir, there is no room for the unworthy of Bahamut upon this pilgrimage. If you wish to see yourself in more favourable transport, I suggest you hire some that is to your satisfaction.
You can see, Grace, that he is fuming and
Give a shit.
spluttering, and he's actually gonna poke you in the sternum. Eh. How
Oh.
dare you speak to me this way?
Oh.
I like to think Grace is gonna do some ninja shit and just like grab hold of his finger and just be like,
Oh.
I don't think so, sir.
Yeah, you don't
If
need
you-
to roll.
Break it. Break it.
If you choose to lay your hands upon me again without my consent, you will find yourself out in the cold.
He, as soon as you've grabbed his finger and I assume twisted it and said what you've said,
Mm-hmm.
the demeanor has changed completely. He's bowing down. He's like, "Ah, madam, let go!"
She would like throw his hand away and just say, "We share under Bahamut. We look out for each other. If your money means you do not look out for those who are less fortunate than yourself, perhaps that is a failing of yours, not a failing of ours."
Nears, but you seem to have knocked him speechless, and he huffs, spins slightly unstably in the snow, and begins marching off away from the wagon.
No, that actually really is. If you really want to spend £500 on fabric, then you can pay my fucking wages. Fine. Yeah, she'd just be like, like, slap her hands together, just like, and then she's thinking, yeah, but those mask figures. I mean, I don't know why they are always in the wagon, but I figure there's something wrong with them. So
Very good. Yeah, and the rest of you probably catch out the corner of your eye. Monsieur Gabon storms over to the poor workman under his supervision and is just bossing him about and making him do things just to feel like a big man.
What's the workman called?
You haven't asked?
No. I will later.
Yeah. He's a poor workman. Cool. You settle down for the evening? Anything anyone particularly wants to do? Any precautions you want to put in place?
Tyler's gonna have a wait until everyone's asleep and have a little look at the little cube thing.
Okay. Anybody else before going to sleep?
Bungos. No, don't worry.
I think she also would have done the little igloo thing again. Just to make it
Aw.
all, you know,
Yeah.
cozy.
Coming a little ritual now, and people are grateful for it, and thank you. The Abtels would thank you for your your incredible story earlier, and they
Yeah.
say it with sincerity. And they, I think probably Rayla in particular, would ask after where your stories have come from, and whether you are a storyteller by trade.
Yeah.
But yeah, if that's all, you settle down for the night. Wear on into another evening. The guards take up watch, And Atala, you are left, well, not alone. The three figures sit by the fire, staring into it. Where would you like to sit with your cube?
It glows, right? So it would make a little light.
Yeah. Well, it did glow before. If you were to look in your bag now, it wouldn't be continuously glowing.
Okay. She'd probably be quite subtle. She's
Mhm.
supposed to be sleeping, right? So she would just sort of turn to the side. I assume Bongo, sort of, we sleep back to back, sort of thing. You
Mhm.
know, as normal, usual couples do. um, so yeah, she just subtly just look at it from her bag, like have her bag sort of open.
Yeah.
Sort of looking at it with her hands in the bag.
Yeah, and as you take it out, sorry, keep it in the bag.
Yeah, sort of half and half.
Yeah, that's fair enough. So as you reach into the bag, and there's a little spark, like static electricity, nothing painful, but a little jolt of energy as your fingers touch the cube. Once more. Again, there's a feeling of powerful magics, a sense of belonging. This is yours. And you can trace your fingers as you move your hand around the cube. You can find the mark that was emblazoned upon one face of the cube the previous night. The three stars of Lyra, very clearly outlined on one face of the cube.
So it's not lighting up right now. It's
No.
just kind of nothing.
It feels cool, not cold, but like a cool stone, very smooth.
I think she feels kind of bad about lying to Bongo, but she doesn't really want to make him, worry about something else at this point. It's a bit. It's not the time. So, but she does want to have a look at it a bit closer. So she is gonna just subtly get up from the bed and leave the igloo and go around some other bit of snowy area where she can't be seen.
Yeah, easily done.
She'll light up the little area with dancing lights and just have a closer look. Like, are the other sides etched at all?
So the four lights bloom around you, close about yourself, and you sit and you gaze at the cube. The other sides are perfectly smooth. You look closely. There's no etching, anything at all. It is a cube in shape, seemingly perfect in dimension, one side equal to another. There are 5 empty faces and one face largely filled with this emblazoned emblem of Lyra.
It's of Lyra. So, I think you should just take the cube. It's hidden. It's kind of in sort of halfway in and out of her bag. She's still got it over her shoulder. She sort of wanders through the little camp and goes to a slightly open part of Grace of the Gods, little igloo.
Yeah.
So she can see Grace of the Gods.
Mm-hmm.
And she just sort of holds it up slightly to her to see if it does anything.
Is she looking at Grace as Grace is sleeping?
Yeah, but subtly low. So like she's made a little gap in the igloo sort of thing.
Wow, very clever. Yeah, I'd say as you hold the cube in your hand and you gaze subtly in the sleeping form, feline form of Grace, you find yourself feeling slightly hazy, not unpleasant, like you've stared at a single point in space for too long and your vision begins to kind of blur and warp slightly at the edges. The cube begins to feel warmer in your hand, and the warmth seems to move about the different sides, almost like it's searching. And as you look down on the face, it would be opposite to the face with Lyra's emblem, you start to see small scratches, and with a silver light, an image begins to slowly be picked out on one side. But you would also notice that as this is beginning to happen, Grace herself is stirring and seemingly muttering in her sleep, somewhat distressed.
Yeah, I mean, she is super curious.
Of course. So she
But-
stays, watches the
Yeah.
process.
She does stay and watch the process, yep.
Yeah, the image begins to be picked out further, and before long you notice a recognizable figure starting to emerge in the etching of a draconic visage, picked out in this silvery light as it begins to the light begins to stutter as different images, different parts of the image are picked out. Grace is now stirring properly in her sleep. There is a deep frown on her face and a snarl. You can see her feline teeth in her mouth as she bares them, seemingly unhappy, perhaps scared or angry.
Yeah, I like to imagine she's just like curled up in her nun robes, like a cat.
Yeah, and you can see the claws at the end of her fingers working themselves out. There seems to be a threat to her. Do you continue?
Yep.
Yeah.
See it through.
It keeps going, and as the image begins to complete, Grace does return to seemingly a state of more restfulness, though still with a slight frown across her features. But the image is there for you to see on the opposite side of the cube. A platinum dragon.
Yep. Don't know what to make of that. Something to do with dreams and possibly religion. Yeah, for now she's just gonna squirrel it away back into her bag and back to bed. Or,
Okay.
you know, back there off sleep.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So back in the bag, lying down and just thinking through what she's seen and what's happening.
Yeah, trying to figure out what it is, what it's doing.
Mhm.
Why is it making people fearful in their dreams? Yeah.
Okay. The night passes along. The rest of you, some of you dream, some of you simply have the solemn rest of night. Bungo,
Yes.
your dreams are a little different to how they so often are. You, with your connection to Lyra, so many of your dreams are filled with joy, and Atala has many times commented happily on the fact that you often sleep with a slight smile on your features. Many of your dreams are spent walking the long roads with your storytelling troupe. Some dreams are spent experiencing the wonderful cooking of your family back in your childhood. Time spent with Anton, time spent with your companions now. Oftentimes, the dreams even take on a greater aspect with Lyra herself. In fields of blossoming flowers, a maiden dancing and laughing in the sunshine, her golden hair caught up in the rays, and you see in her aspect all the different people across the land that her light has touched and brought joy to. But tonight it's different. It's the same field, but instead of golden light catching her hair, there's a quiet night, a starless sky, unbroken, deep midnight blue from horizon to horizon. The meadow at first seems empty. You don't feel scared. It's just strange. And as you find yourself walking forward into the meadow, as you've done so many times with Lyra dancing before you, you see that the field of flowers is broken. There's a disturbance there ahead of you. Walk forward some more, and there's nothing terrifying or horrible, but there is an unease in your stomach. as you see Lyra herself, unharmed seemingly, but in a state you've never seen her in before.
Mm.
You see her sleeping, splayed out on the flowers themselves, and the flowers have buckled and broken beneath her, like someone taking an afternoon nap in a field after a hard day's work or play. Her features look still, not horrified, but troubled. The same unease that you feel in the pit of your stomach passes across her features.
Mm.
And something compels you to look up into the sky again. And moving through the sky, you swear you can see, you can pick out a deeper black in the midnight blue, like a shadow beneath the surface of a still lake. A serpentine figure moving in the sky itself. And then you wake.
That's concerning.
And you will wake to a new day. As sunlight begins to crest ahead of you, your destination lit up ahead with the golden rays of sun. And you start your day once more. Is there anything anybody would like to do?
Before we do start the day, Tom, as you watch the magic a bit more closely this time,
Yes.
can I do an Arcana check to see if
Absolutely.
she recognises what kind of magic it is?
100%. Yeah. Very
Yeah.
nice. Okay. So, Atala, you're very familiar with magic. You have studied it extensively and continue to do so in different books, though your life has taken a bit of a different turn towards stories and the family life that you've chosen for yourself. Your learnings haven't disappeared, and you can't help but think back to your study of magical inscribing and runes. How with spell scrolls, for example, it requires a creator, someone to inscribe magical elements onto a surface, most often parchment or vellum, to hold the magic there. And it reminds you of what you've seen with the cube. The slow, methodical way in which the image is picked out feels like or seems like an invisible hand inscribing a magical element onto an object. There was no one there. There couldn't have been an invisible hand. You were holding the cube yourself. But it feels like there is some... It makes sense to you, with your magical knowledge, that there's some force or power at work placing that magic into or onto this object.
Mm. Would she know of anything else that sort of has multiple religious symbols on it?
Interesting. Do a religion check as well for me, please. Your Arcana will influence this as well. Not bad. You would know that there have been multiple times where gods have banded together. Famously, sort of the Triad with Bahamut and Torm and Helm, and other gods have as well. There are often relationships between gods. You would know with both those roles that it is unusual. You haven't read often of there being relics or items that are connected to multiple gods at the same time. It seems to be a particular quirk of the deities that they seem to like having their own relics, their own items, things that are in worship or fealty or connection to them. So I would say no. This is a unique thing to you.
And very fascinating to Atala. Okay. Oh, damn it. I had one more question, but I've forgotten what it was now.
That's all right. Ask me if it comes back to you.
Will do.
Okay. Setting out. Not doing anything with the masked people, just setting out for the day.
Yeah.
Bungo, throughout the course of the day,
Mm-hmm.
wants to see if he can... I don't know if this is possible, but he wants to see if he can try and turn some of his silver that he has into powdered silver. Don't know how he would go about doing that.
Bunch it.
That
It
doesn't
would-
sound-
Yeah, it would not be easy to do in a mundane capacity. If you or any of your companions have spells that might aid you, I'd be open to ideas, but yeah, grinding down a metal into usable powder. I mean, you could ask, you'd think logically the Submarchian probably knows something about that stuff, or Monsieur Gibbon.
Yeah, I think he would ask. He would ask the Submarchian, definitely.
Yeah, he would tell you that it would be easy enough to do if he had access to his tools or his workshop. He could have someone do it for you very swiftly, come Mirabar. But he doesn't carry a set of tools with him.
Mm-hmm.
And you just have bland, chew it.
By all means, you can try. But the outcome might not be what you hope.
It might be a bit squishy.
Yeah.
You'd need like at least something stronger than it.
Yeah.
You'd need like at very least like a diamond mortar and pestle.
Does anyone have any spell?
Crap.
I don't think anyone has any spells that could do something like that, right?
Not
The
really.
only one who might would be Atala, I would think.
We've got Shatter. That do it?
Mm.
If you melted it down into a liquid, you could slowly drop it into water, drop by drop, and then grind
Yeah.
that.
True, that would make it easier to grind rather than
Yeah.
the size of a coin. Shatter, probably not. It's more likely to send the coins flying like a fucking fragmentation grenade than grinding them. Unless you could think of a certain setup where you could channel the Shatter spell into a space, but yeah, it would need to be pretty specialized.
Yeah, no, I think that's fine.
Yeah.
He'll have to wait till Mirabar.
Yeah, he'd
mean,
reassure
you
you
could
that as soon as
weaken
you get to Mirabar, you could do it straight away. Sorry, Hannah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say you could weaken it with fire and then do still. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you then have molten silver coins flying out around. But I mean, potentially. The thing with metal is because you could, because obviously you're in a very cold area, you could heat them up and then quickly quench them in the snow or something like that in an effort to cause faults in the metal. But the metal itself is quite malleable, I would think.
Okay, secondly then, Bungo
Yes.
would ask around and see if any within the troop carried any holy water with them, and especially Grace.
Do you not have his own holy water?
That's why I wanted the silver so I could make some, but I don't currently have any.
Does anybody have holy water? As Bungo asks around.
Looking at you,
That'd be-
Grace.
Oh, no, I do.
I do, actually.
You do.
They-
Bungo would if you would.
No, I don't.
Oh, you don't. Okay.
No, sorry. I said I don't think I do. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said you do.
If
Sorry, I'm
you think
mumbling.
Grace would keep holy water with her, I'm fine with her having some.
I mean, probably.
Part of bringing a new character in, especially at such a high level, is she would have stuff with her that you would have gathered in your travels.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'm happy for you to say you carry holy water. She's a very holy
Cool.
lady.
Yeah, she has holy water then.
Yeah, Bungo would ask if he could have it.
It depends on your purpose.
He would tell her that it's for protection, it's for a spell.
Very well. Although, hopefully we will not need it at a later point.
Indeed.
And she'd give it to him.
Yeah. Bungo will say to her as well that he will replace it once they reach Mirabar.
I appreciate the gesture, Mr. Goodbarrel.
It is no problem. It is your gesture you give to me this water blessed by Bahamut.
You are welcome.
Bungo will then, once Grace has given that, approach Grey.
Mm-hmm.
And he will tell him that on their third night, he wants his help in gathering everyone together so he can cast the magic circle spell around everyone except for the 3 hooded figures. And he thinks if they're going to try and keep them safe, then that's a very good way of blocking any undead from being able to enter that area.
He'd probably ask how you'd go about that, and is it something you can do subtly, or is it pretty obvious?
It would be pretty obvious, but he's going to ask for his help in distracting them, essentially, which he thinks is what Grey's pretty good at. Because it takes one...
what, the hooded figures distracting them?
Yeah. I'll put it in the chat, Steph, so you have an idea of what I'm trying to do. If it will... where is it? Magic Circle, display in VTT. Okay. There you go. So it takes 1 minute to cast, and it requires verbal smack and material components.
Distract them for a whole minute.
Bungo would also tell you he's going to try and do it as part of a performance.
What, when they've gathered everyone, and he's going to incorporate the spell in? Oh.
Yes, that's his idea.
Oh, I like it. Yeah, Grey's down for that. Yep. Because he's down for all the stupid plans.
Awesome. Okay, but nothing happening now, right? This is for later.
This is for later.
Nights,
Yeah.
hence.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Okay. So, you gather your things, put back together. It's becoming a familiar routine now. Breakfast is chaired once more by Submarchian, Gildred, Fireforge.
Oh, Bungo would
Forge
cast Aid on these 3 again.
Okay.
And he'll also use 2 4th level spell slots to cast Death Ward on both the guards, Astrid and Thingy.
2 4th level spell slots to cast.
Death Ward on Astrid and
I brought you guys back to life. You're not dying on me again.
Exactly. Yeah, Astrid and fuck me, I can't remember the name.
Robin.
There we go. Trying to find it.
Robin. Okay.
Here it is.
So once more, you're heading further in. The clouds above begin to darken once more, but it seems you're still being spared the horrible potential fate of not only being cold in this climate, but being very wet as well if the clouds do open up. But you forge on. Again, seemingly Grace knows the way, as does the Submarchian and Monsieur. But you see, finally breaking the landscape up around you, you see up ahead the ground. There's a dark line in the ground, and the Submarchian calls back to you all and Says, we're making good progress. This is the Black Raven River. There's a bridge and we'll have to cross carefully, but we're about halfway now. Halfway from Luskan to Mirabar, so good to get a sense of progress.
Bungo nods.
The wagon trundles on, and you get closer to the bridge, and you can see that there's a chasm here that goes down to the river itself. The chasm looks to be maybe 40 feet across. A bridge, quite a large bridge, maybe 10 feet in width. It looks pretty well maintained. Spans the river chasm itself, and you hear the sound of running, rushing meltwater gushing down, feeds in.
Is it like a stone bridge, rope bridge?
It looks to be that some parts of it are stone. It's definitely not a rope bridge. Some parts of it are metal. It looks well made. And I think as you're coming closer, the Submarchian would be rattling on about the Black Raven River itself and its connection to the local law. In that, you see, there's tribes, barbarians, people like to call them, but I think they're rather misunderstood. They're people living out in the frozen wastes up north on the other side of the mountains. And one of the tribes used to bury their dead. It's Raven, the Raven tribe. It's said that as the dead piled higher, and they used to leave their dead, you see, out on a mound for the birds to pick the bodies apart. Quite interesting. And the saying goes that over time, the waters began to swell. The spirits themselves were funneling down into the ground, and this river just broke through the land itself, carving down to the River Mira, where it feeds. Quite interesting. But you approach the bridge. And I have to delete some wagons, because the previous wagons I put on this map were done with optimism in mind. Move him off. On. Did you ask the workman's name yet, Bungo? I can't remember whether you said.
Yeah, I think you would have along the way, yeah.
His name is Sven.
Svenny.
By the way, Tom, Grace would have
Seems
kind
very
of.
simple.
Sorry.
That's alright.
Grace would have asked people to take turns going in the wagon, but she'd make sure Master Gibbon had his turn last.
Well, everyone in the group.
Yep.
Everyone on like a rotation.
Well, I don't know. With these masked figures, it's kind of weird, but the other guys are older, so she'd probably want to make sure they kind of had priority.
So are they staying in? It's Grace's wagon, so you can decide it however you like.
Well, how infirm is Master Wright and Mr. Forgefire, or whatever his name is? Or
Yeah.
the other two?
Farther right, you've noticed a marked improvement in his condition since he's been riding in the wagon.
Yep.
So you think it's probably a good idea to keep him in. Kildred Forgefire, you think just feels like he deserves to be in the wagon all the time. Despite his grey beard, he actually seems quite sprightly for his age.
Okay.
And probably would be fine trudging through the snow, but yeah, he's got a little sense of self-importance about him. I won't deny it.
That's probably going to annoy Grace. Out of the wagon! No. No, that's probably more likely to annoy you, Anya. Like, Grace doesn't worry about these things. Yeah, she'd ask him and then the couple to take it in turns to be in the wagon, and she'd ask the masked figures if they would walk for a while.
How would she phrase the question to the masked figure?
Fucking get it.
In the interest of equality, I would ask that you share the wagon, if you are able to, with other members of the party.
They would look at you as you ask this.
And she would piss her pants, probably. No, I'm joking. I don't know.
But they wouldn't say anything, and I don't think they'd move either.
Ah, bastard.
Would you walk for a while next to the wagon to allow others to be seated?
I think with that, with how you phrased that, they would turn to look at each other, and then they'd both in unison stand and hop out the back of the wagon.
I thank you. Bahamut thanks you.
Yeah, I think with the mention of Bahamut, they would bow to you, and then go to walk alongside
Oh, yeah, bitches.
their third companion that was already walking alongside. Grace
I
does
was
a little
feeling really
victory
excited.
dance. Oh yeah!
I was doing a little victory dance. I was like, yeah, get some respect from these bozos. Hooray! Yeah,
Yeah.
anyway.
Got the couple
Yeah,
riding inside. Yeah, they'd be very grateful and thank you for considering that.
because they're older, aren't they?
Yeah, the man looks to be sort of late middle aged. The woman perhaps a little
Oh, okay.
younger, but neither of them look very young, but not hugely old either.
Okay.
Quite
yeah.
difficult to tell with their tan complexion. You find it difficult to sort of place their age really.
Yeah. She'd just make sure everybody was sharing.
Awesome. Okay. But as you approach the bridge, wagon trundling along, the horse begins to whinny and stomp its feet in the snow and seems reluctant to approach the bridge.
Oh, here we go.
The winds
Fuck is that?
immediately pick up around you, and you see much of the snow lying about in the banks nearby, whipped up into a frenzy. You can still see across the bridge, but beyond that your vision is lessening as this white blanket swirling around you begins to close in. At this point, you are closer to the bridge itself. You've gotten to about here. The horse, Grace, despite any of your instructions, it is not moving any further, and in fact is trying to back up away from the bridge.
Ruh-roh.
You all look to each other. Some of the people traveling with you seem very uneasy with this. The guards look confused, but they are trained guards. One of them takes hold of the horse's bridle. The other kind of puts his hand on his sword and looks ahead to the bridge. And you all see on the bridge itself, almost as if emerging from the whipping snow, a dark black figure made of shadow steps forward.
Good.
It looks nice.
It does look nice. The figure stands for a moment, long, wicked-looking blade in hand, clad in dark armor, though at the very edges of the figure's body, the substance of the body itself seems to whip and move with the wind around it and the blowing snow. The figure seems to be at the epicenter of this sudden shift, violent in the weather. Does anybody do anything immediately?
Which of them was it, Gildred or Grace? Which of them has done this route a few times? They're familiar with it.
Both of them.
Both of them. Both of them. Okay. Then he'd probably give Gildred a nudge, someone we should worry about.
Gildred looks a little dumbstruck and just goes, "My boy, I have no idea what this is. This is usually a scenic moment. I like to throw coins into the river for good luck. I have no idea."
Okay. Keep yourself distance. We'll take care of it.
Bungo's gonna step forward. And he'll step to the bridge and call out to the figure.
What does he say?
He will say, "Why do you stop our path?"
Also, how big is this guy?
The figure stands maybe, as you're judging from this distance, maybe 10, 12 feet tall,
Whoa.
clad in dark armor. Bungo, you call out and your voice is, well, many people's voice would be lost, but you, with your storytelling and your sense of stage presence, you focus your voice and you can hear it echoing back off the rocky chasm beneath you.
Yeah, I think he'd use thaumaturgy to make it even louder.
Very good. So then all of you sort of hear Bungo's demand bouncing back off the rocks around you, though muffled by the wind. The figure's baleful red eyes within the helmet turn to look at you, Bungo, and you hear a voice. Everyone hears this voice, though it's not spoken aloud. You can hear it in your head. It says, "It is no small thing to walk willingly towards the creeping glacier of black ice. I stood then upon the slopes of Archelon and Eastfang. I stand now upon your own threshold to darkness. I cannot cut the thread so soon to noose, but I must know that those in the long shadow of the gallows still stand a chance. Step forth the greatest champion amongst you. Should they prove worthy, perhaps yet together you might cut the hand of evil that slowly clasps around us all." And as the figure finishes its proclamation, it slams the sword down into the bridge, and impossibly the bridge itself separates. The stone and metal part perfectly, as if cut a hot knife through butter, and it parts and moves backwards. There is no sound of creaking metal or breaking stone. There now is a 10-foot gap behind the figure who has shifted onto your side of
So
the
it's not
bridge.
so much like he's destroyed it, more retracted it
No.
magically.
It's like something has simply cut and shifted the dimensions of it back.
So yeah, so like it's not like a huge piece of the bridge has fallen down into the river or anything.
No, nothing has fallen down.
Ooh, weird.
If anybody wishes to go back over what the figure said, because it was spoken to you all, I have added the Dark Champion's proclamation to your journals under Journey to Mirabar. The figure simply now stands and waits.
Which side of the gap?
Your side.
Okay. What do you say, Bungo?
Where's Mephistus when you need?
Maybe this is Mephistus.
Bungo would look to,
Love.
would instinctively just look back to Blam as greatest champion.
Huh.
Yeah.
But Bungo, I think Bungo's feeling quite like shaken by everything that's been happening, and then the dream before, he's starting to worry a bit. So I think he will, but I think up until this point you've seen Bungo pretty much not in his clothes pictured in his portrait, but I think all carrying his famous quarterstaff. But I think in this particular case, he would sort of lower his satchel to the ground, reach in, and he would pull out the quarterstaff alone. But he would look back to Blam in expectation, but he is ready to fight if necessary.
Blam, do you react? You can see
He just
Bungo looking back at you.
He just nods encouragingly.
As nodding back to Bungo.
Yeah.
Okay.
Make that mean.
Does that mean you're coming, Blam? Or does that mean I'm gonna go do
Yeah,
it?
go on, Bungo. Have at him.
Mean Bungo's ready. If Blam's...
Charges
Oh,
everyone.
no. Oh, I was gonna come over there and pull you back.
Bram's gonna go up to about here, then like,
What would Blam say?
say, "You surely are the greatest champion, Bungo."
Oh.
Bungo would step forward with that.
Oh shit.
Okay.
Oh.
As Bungo steps forward onto the bridge, the snow whips up further into a frenzy and obscures Bungo from your sight. Bungo, as you stand on the bridge now facing this figure, it's strange. As you stepped forward, it was like the gap behind him lengthened to match your stride. The chasm stretching almost impossibly away from you.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of you are just now met with a whiteout, this swirling vortex around, assumedly, Bungo and this dark figure. Okay. Bungo then. The figure itself pulls its sword from the bridge, points it towards you, the eyes locked onto yours, and just says, "Let us see then." Bungo. Interesting. I would like you to make one of every type of save for me, please.
Okay. Are there any of them against being frightened or poison?
They are not.
Okay.
As you
Once
feel...
Bungo... Sorry.
Yeah, I think... Yeah. As you feel...
Jesus.
Wow.
Which
Wow,
one?
wow, 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 wow. Okay, interesting.
I can't see any of these yet.
You're
They're
going to
very
enjoy seeing
good.
them.
Oh, wow.
One.
So, to put it simply, you feel yourself tested. In actuality, it's like electricity running through you, shifting about your person. Different scenes from your past flash up in your vision, fighting creatures beneath the catacombs of Helm's Hold. The nerves you felt running through your body as you first stepped out onto a stage to tell your first tale to a crowd of expectant people. The fear that ran through you and subsequent elation as you as you married the love of your life, Atala Goodbarrel. All these things, everything is a rush to you. The only constant is this dark figure stood there, sword raised, pointed at you. You find yourself resolved in many aspects of your being. You find the grip on your quarterstaff, the smooth wood familiar beneath your hand, is strong. You find yourself steady on your feet as the wind buffets you, your small frame, your low gravity, keeping you steady in your stance. You find yourself, the natural 20, resolved in and of yourself. You know your friends are with you. You have faced great evils before. This is nothing new or nothing more than what you've done. And you find yourself casting your eyes around, looking to ascertain exactly what is happening here. You feel the strength of your conviction running through you. Where you feel only a little lost is in the novelty of this situation. This isn't something you've read about or known about, heard about in stories. You weren't warned about this. The Submarchian, so familiar with these lands, didn't seem to know anything. You don't know who this figure could be. Okay. As you stand there, only seconds have passed, but for you it feels like many years have passed by as you relive your past experiences. I would ask you, Bungo, to pick a particular experience, Bungo Goodbarrel, from your life. It can be focused on the adventure that we had before. It can be focused on your own thoughts of Bungo, who Bungo is, what Bungo's done. It's up to you, but I'd like you to pick an experience and pick an associated skill with that experience. This is going to function similarly, but not exactly the same, to a skill check, as the creature looks to test you as a whole being.
Bungo is going to remember the experience of as he looks into the eyes of each of his companions as they walk northwards across the lands in an attempt to find their friend Daldern and save him from within the deep hold. And Bungo remembers looking within each of the eyes of his companions and spotting a small creature deep within, and then purging it from their bloodstream. And
Very good.
He's going to use the medicine skill.
Absolutely, I love that. Yeah, you remember Lyra's light channeled through you. Excellent. Please roll. Oh, plus 13. Okay. You hold fast to this memory and you remember being the golden light that moved through the veins of your companions and, as you say, purged these small creatures looking to feast on the vulnerability from within your companions. The purity of that moment, your connection to Lyra and your friends, all the joy that you have lends you resolve, and you find yourself stepping forward on the bridge. And as you step forward, the figure itself steps backwards. Not retreating in fear, but steady steps backwards. And you notice that as this happens, the gap behind the figure shortens, and your side of the bridge lengthens to begin to meet it. There is still a gap there. I would ask you to call once more upon a strong memory that meant a lot to Bungo. Choose a skill associated with it.
Bungo is gonna recount the time that he sat down within Anton's inn in Neverwinter. The night before they delved into Telona's domain. And he is going to use his arm wrestling skill when he slammed Blam into the wood.
I don't remember that.
Blam destroys the bridge. Okay. So this is strength
And
proficiency?
Yeah, proficiency.
Absolutely. Please roll for me. Oh, the halfling. Oh my god. These are not easy DCs. Okay. As you call back to that time, and you can't help but smile, even faced with this dark, fearsome image and surrounded by the whipping, howling wind, you can't help but smile as you recall such a moment of connection with one of your closest companions, and the strength you felt at having bested this living legend, Blam Wolfhorn, in the feat of arm wrestling. The figure this time nods, slowly, and you can almost hear the sound of old chainmail clinking against itself as the creature steps back once more. And you are invited to step forward, further across the bridge. There now remains only a small gap. This time, rather than push you back into your memories, the figure itself calls out to you once more in your own mind and says, "You walk this bridge worthily. You have proven yourself. I can see the strength within you. What makes you sure, as the snow whipping around behind you parts and you can see your companions once more, that they are worthy as well?"
Bungo just almost looks down at the bridge and sees him sort of holding his kind of head and with the wind kind of beating against him, and the quarterstaff kind of like firmly placed in the ground, and just sort of looks down, smiles, and looks back up at them and says, "I have faith in them."
The figure steps towards you, one step after another. Again, almost like an echo off a distant mountain, you hear the clinking of dark mail. As the figure gets right up next to you, Bungo,
Towering over him.
it kneels and places a hand on your shoulder, and you feel a frigid cold. All the warmth and life in the surface of your skin prickles and disappears as it touches you. A sharp pain, but you've proven yourself resolute, and you hold your eyes steady as these two glimmers of red fire within stare deep into you. And you feel a resolve, not just from you, but from this creature too. And it just says, "I will be watching." And it disappears. And you look down to see the bridge itself is whole. The wind dies down. And you look back to see your companions stood watching, now in the quiet with the running water beneath the bridge.
Bungo turns back and slowly walks back to his satchel on the floor next to Grey, and then places the staff back in there, wraps it in like a black cloth and ties it before throwing it onto his shoulder.
Tala would run up, give you a big hug, Bungo.
He'd hug her back.
Don't you worry like me like that again.
I'm sorry, dear, but when Blam calls, you can simply not turn down such a challenge.
Made the right call, I think. She gives you a little nudge on the cheek.
An interesting creature. I almost felt pity for it. It seemed sad, lost, and without a completed purpose. I feel there is much ahead of us for us still. Sorry, Grey. Go ahead.
Are you okay then? Is there anything we need to be concerned about?
I don't think so. I think if anything, something may be watching over us now, in a good way. But I am concerned that if something is watching over us, then for what reason and what dangers may lie ahead may be greater than we could have possibly imagined.
Well, you've got a great sense of these things, Bungo. Do you think it was of evil nature?
I not exactly, I don't think so. But I think whatever dangers lie ahead for us, it was, say, an ill omen. That is what I believe. Furthermore, I've not told any of you yet this, but last night I experienced a troubling dream. Lyra was in a deep slumber and she looked troubled in her sleep almost. I have not ever dreamt of Lyra asleep before. I worry that whatever dark forces lie ahead, perhaps they are powerful enough to even trouble Lyra herself.
Well, I hope that's not the case. That's all I can say. I'm sure Lyra will come back to you in your dreams, Bungo.
I have faith. Lyra is with me. I still feel her. But I think we must stay together and be strong. This is... whatever Jorah's got in himself wound up in, I think... it's not good.
All the better to get there quickly, then.
Quite. Enough time wasted talking. Grey?
Lead the way.
Yeah, Bungo will gesture, with Grey's help, to lead the people across the bridge.
Okay.
I think with Bungo and everyone's back turned, Atala would just reach down and sort of grip the bag slightly with the cube in it.
Rip it?
No, just grip it.
Oh, sorry.
Grip it.
I thought you said
Yeah.
rip. Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
Grip it real good.
Whilst you were all talking, the Sub-Marchian himself plopped down off the wagon and actually came over to you, Sandral.
What did Sandral actually see?
Sandral saw and heard the discussion between everyone, the passing of a look between Blam and Bungo, and Blam moving over and saying what he said to Bungo. She saw as Bungo stepped forward, the winds whipped up and the figures were obscured. The bridge itself, beyond the very edges, was obscured by this whirling vortex of snow and wind.
Okay.
But yeah, the Sub-Marchian, seemingly seeing you as a point of contact, hops down and goes, "Excuse me, young lady, don't suppose you could tell me what the bloody hell just happened?"
I really have no idea.
These are your companions, are they not?
They are, but I don't really know them that well. My master and, well, my dad, he adventured with them before.
I see. And you're now taking up the torch?
That's right. He's a bit too infirm to travel all this way, and it's an old friend of his that we're trying to help.
I see. And what about you? Do you enjoy being here? With whirling blizzards and yetis and quite the disturbed time.
I always enjoy adventure, Sub-Marchian. I've never seen anything like this before. And whatever happened in there, I wish I could have seen it myself.
Well, nor have I. He smiles, and I've got quite a head start on you, I would say, in terms of life experience, so you're doing well. Perhaps you should ask the young master. He's a lot more than he looks, isn't he?
Who's this?
Kind of nodding towards Bungo.
Oh, well, I travelled with him when I was a child, so it doesn't surprise me that he came back out. He's a very pious man.
Indeed. There's a lot to be said. Piety. An age of unscrupulous people and strange happenings. Has he always been sort of the leading figure in your group? Was your father a stalwart lieutenant to this man?
My father would always say he led our group, which is named Elodius' Arrows, but I think really they shared the responsibility.
I see. Most interesting. Well, don't let me delay you. If you wouldn't mind, if you do find out from your companion, we'd all love to hear it. And you'd sort of look over at this point and see the whole wagon's just looking down at this conversation, just like, what the hell?
She kind of half sighs, and she's like, well, he does lead an adventuring troop, so maybe he should just tell you all himself. I'm sure he'd make it far more interesting than I could ever make it.
Perhaps you're right. I'll inquire. Perhaps a story for the campfire later on. We're gaining ever closer to Mirabar now.
But then again, and she leans over. Maybe they don't want to know whatever happened in there. I mean, what happens if it's not good?
That's a very wise way of thinking, young lady. Well, I've always taken a very matter-of-fact approach to these things, you know. When you dig down deep into the belly of the world in search of treasure and good stone, sometimes you see things that you'd rather not have seen. And
in a world with gods that interfere in our lives, what else interferes in our lives?
Indeed. Oh, and before I forget, please. And he holds out an electrum piece. For good luck, it's I'd like to throw them over the side of the bridge, watch them sink into the Black Raven River. I consider it a little tribute to the tributary, I suppose.
What happens if I throw it out and try and shoot it? Does the arrow give it more luck or less luck?
Definitely more luck. Yes.
Right.
I'd like to see you try.
She's gonna chuck it into the river and try and shoot it on its way down.
Awesome. Go ahead and roll. Yeah, roll a shot.
So she arcs it as high as she can. So, well, it's huge anyway, so it get a nice plop anyway.
Yeah, so she can track the shot.
Pew.
For a total of
23.
Yeah. The spinning electron piece casts out through the air, and as it's getting lower, the sub-merchant sort of glancing from you to the coin, from you to the coin back again, and he sees it lowering, and he's just like, it's okay. And then as he starts to say that, the whisper of the arrow loosed, as the arrow flies perfectly straight across level above the ground and pierces through the electrum coin, because I believe
it has a hole in it.
It does indeed. And you see the arrow catch through the coin before plummeting down into the water. And the sub-merchant, whose jaw is open, just kind of turns and says, My, how old are you?
17. I think she's 19.
That's... Well done.
Well, if my father had done it, the coin probably would have melted.
Right. And you hear the sound of scattered golf applause from within the wagon.
Yeah, she does a little bow.
And he'd just be like, you're certainly going to forge quite the adventure of your own, I think. But well done. I hope you made a little wish as you did so.
Oh, I did, but if I told you, it wouldn't come true, would it?
He'd smile at that, give you a wink, say, very good. I'm going to head back into the wagon now. My feet are very cold. Boop. Excellent. Okay, you head across the bridge. Nothing stops you. No dark figures push you over the side. The Submarchian would call out to everyone and offer people an Electrum piece to toss in to make a wish. Does everyone do so, or pocket the Electrum, or refuse?
Chuck it over.
God, it's like throwing 50 quid in it.
It's a fair amount of money, and I think you think probably that's part of why he's offering it, 'cause it's another way for him to be like, bling bling, motherfucker. But you'd notice who's got a passive perception higher than 15?
Hi.
Hi.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Bungo, there's a tiny ant crawling up a tree 3 miles away right now. It just made a left turn. No, anyone with a passive perception higher than 15, not including 15, would notice that Monsieur Gibbon pockets the Electrum with some quite impressive sleight of hand, but not enough to beat your passive perception. Everyone else does throw their coin in. Gangsathal, the bronze dragonborn, seems to take quite a lot of joy in it, and sort of looks around and has a happy sigh as if taking in his surroundings and really just enjoying the local custom. Gildred, the Submarchian, does hand an Electrum piece to each of the 3 masked figures, and he's quite forceful in doing so. He kind of prods it into their chest. They each do take the coin, clasp it in their hand, and then push it inside some fold of their robe, and
Make a wish.
seems to stay there. Does Grace say that to them?
No.
Grace is not happy about rich man pocketing more rich money.
Mhm.
And
Does she call him out?
Yeah.
What does she say?
Sir, I believe that cash is to be shared between us.
The Submarchian kindly gave this to me. I can do with it what I want.
Yes, the Submarchian gave it to you to share amongst us. Once again, I remind you that your place in our caravan is conditional, not unconditional.
He's fuming again.
Give
But-
a shit!
But Grace understands that Submarchian handed out the coins to be tossed over into the river, right? To make a wish and for good luck.
No.
I did wonder. Would that have changed how she interacted at all? Would she have said a slightly different thing? Would she have been like, don't be such a spoil sport?
No, she probably would have said, that is not the intention. It is theft to keep it for yourself. If the Submarchian wishes it to be in the river, then either it goes back into the river or back into his pocket.
The Submarchian, as soon as you finish say that, would have a little wry smile on his face and do a like, yeah, look to Monsieur Gibbon and just say, come on now, Edric, you can do this. And Monsieur Edric Gibbons would grumble and stomp with the full-on toddler clenched fists at his side towards the bridge. Get to maybe here. What's your passive perception, Bungo?
29.
Fucking hell. Okay. Bungo would notice that whilst Monsieur Gibbon does throw a coin out into the water, and he kind of throws it down in a stroppy way, the coin does not look to be an Electrum coin. Unless anyone else has a passive perception. I'd allow you to make a perception check if you wanted to. I think probably only really Grace would be super invested. Maybe Gray. Gray likes watching stuff. Grace, if you wanted to make a perception check, I don't think your passive perception will do it. Yeah. Neither of you would notice it. Just looks like he's he's stroppily done what you told him to. But Bungo, you'd see like a glimmer of copper as the coin sinks beneath the surface in the rapids below.
Bungo would turn to him and say, Monsieur Gibbon, I would be careful if I were you. The gods, they watch over this bridge, and any who act in a non-graceful way upon it, they smite them down from the sky, from where they stand, and he's going to cast Thaumaturgy and create harmless tremors in the ground upon the bridge.
Roll an intimidation check with advantage.
Oh, Bungo.
Intimidation. 17.
Yeah. He, especially with you walking into a fucking blizzard and then walking back out again, everything people are murmuring about, the colour drains from his face and the tremors on the ground. It's almost like the ground is hot. He's lifting up his feet to try and avoid the tremors. He's just like, I'm sorry, and he takes out a whole sack of coins and just starts emptying it down over the bridge into the river, and you just see gold, platinum, electrum, some small jewels just clattering down and plopping into the water. And he looks back to you with a pleading look in his eyes, just like, please speak to them, the gods. Is that enough?
Bungo will stop the spell.
Okay. As it subsides, he kind of, this is the worst journey I've ever been on. Kind of slumps down with his back against the side of the bridge as the rest of you are passing him by.
Yeah.
Okay. He would ask to go in the wagon, but I think he's too proud even now to ask Grace, because Grace has been smacking him down. So yeah, he just toddles along behind you all. Once everyone's passed, he joins the back of the caravan, his head slumped down, kind of muttering to himself. But you move on, leaving this strange bridge behind and the encounter that, now that the weather's died back down, seems almost as if it couldn't possibly have happened. You move on, and the sub-merchant reassures you that you're drawing ever closer to Mirabar. It is not long before evening descends once more, and you find yourselves in the now familiar situation, circled around the caravan with a fire. Is there anything anyone would like to do for the evening?
Bungo's going to ask Gray if he thinks it's close enough yet.
Two and a half
Are we
days.
still, like, yeah, we're still a little ways away. I want to leave it at least a day.
Yeah. Bungo would tell Gray that, not that he's not trying to like tell him we should definitely do this, but he says, in case of emergency, Gray, I do have this scroll, and he's going to pull out the scroll of teleportation.
Mm-hmm.
I do not wish to use it in case of absolute emergency, though.
How does it work?
In teleportation, you can, I think, technically teleport anywhere, but it's got a greater chance of failing depending on if you know the place or not, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
Very powerful.
Can you only cast it on yourself?
You got got 8 willing creatures, I think.
Oh.
Very
great.
powerful.
Could have just gone to Mirabar that way.
Could have failed, then we could have ended up inside the fucking mountain, because Bungo's not been there before.
It's a risk I'm willing to take.
Well, you could have given it to one of these lot, those that are familiar. They could have casted it.
I mean, you need to be,
Yeah, no matter what you're doing, there would have been risk. It would have had to have been a Tala. She's not high enough level, so there would be risk there. Yeah. I'd have loved to have seen Elodius just do it, though.
and Atala couldn't...
Hold on, Jorik, I'm coming!
Atala couldn't have cast it anyway without a risk, because it's only Bard, Sorcerer, or Wizard.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Intriguing. Well, there we go then, yeah.
So it's very risky.
Yeah. you know how it works with having the scroll, so you know that it's a very good get out of jail free card if needed.
She would think she could cast it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
interestingly, yeah. That would have, yeah. But I don't think you're casting it now.
No.
Grey, you're now made aware of it. There is a
Mhm.
panic button if needed. And
Which of us? Wait, what did you say? Bard,
Sorcerer and wizard.
wizard, sorcerer.
I mean, I can try and cast it, but it has a
Yeah.
chance of failing.
I was gonna say none of us.
Yeah.
None of
Yeah.
us are Bard or wizard.
Yeah, it's like Elodius
shoot.
used the scroll of fireball in the orc outpost.
I don't
You
suppose
can-
we've noticed if
anyone
any
can
of
do
this
it,
lot
just
seem
Seem wizardly.
Yeah, like this geezer.
Yeah, he's definitely the most exotic and kind of eccentric. You could certainly ask him if you wanted to.
He's reading a book. It's what wizards do, isn't it?
You got a book, you're a wizard.
Exactly. It's a pop-up book or some shit.
Yeah,
Alright.
you're welcome to ask him if you wish to. He seems very happily enthralled in the book he's reading.
Well, if it's that risky, we'll use it when it's between death or potential death.
Yeah, that's what I was saving it for.
Cool. Evening falls. Food is shared. The Submarchian asks you, Bungo, about what happened. Do you tell him?
Bungo will smile at him and say, well, it's quite the story, my friend, but you'll have to wait, I'm afraid. I think before we arrive in Mirabar, I'll tell everyone.
All right, and you're sure a little coin couldn't buy me the preview?
No, I must keep my lips sealed. A good storyteller doesn't want to ruin the fun of the story.
Aha. Very good, very good. You're right, of course, of course. I've never been known as a patient man. Doesn't really run in the family, but I'd say you've more than earned your right to tell it as you please, so of course.
Thank you, sir.
I look forward to it.
He nods and smiles to him.
Yeah, and you'd notice, all of you would notice that your companions that you're traveling with, bar the masked figures, they're starting to chatter with each other about the lot of you. Your fight with the Yetis, Blams, fucking Yeti head volleyball, the dark figure on the bridge. These aren't things that often happen to people going about their lives, and whilst the pilgrimage itself these people thought would be meaningful, they didn't know it would be quite as eventful as this. But the evening wears on. Is there anything anyone would like to do before I bring about the following morning?
Yes.
Okay.
It won't be the same thing. Not yet, anyway.
Ooh,
He's gonna cast Identify on this cube in the same
Ooh,
sort of
yes.
manner as before.
I was
It's a
awaiting this.
Rubik's Cube.
Very good. Can you describe to me? So this is obviously a ritual, or you can cast it non-ritual. I think Atala knows it as a ritual, right?
Yeah, I think she can only do it ritually.
Yeah. So, is this something Atala's done many times before? Is it an interesting thing she's read about in a book? Does she? What's her procedure?
I don't actually. What is the normal procedure of rituals? Like, I don't actually know.
Yeah, I think it's very much something that can be interpreted differently by different individuals, often down to the style of magic or spellcaster. A druidic ritual, I often imagine with like bits of nature, animal furs, fangs, what have you. It's however you want to commune with your powers and with the item in front of you. Whatever you think. Can be very simple.
I think for Atala, it would just be a matter of using her mage hand to hold out the object in front of her as she
Very
reads
cool.
the book and holds the pearl in the other hand.
I love it. So this kind of position of different objects, this focusing of power.
Yeah, just like proper concentration.
Mm-hmm.
You know, focusing. I think simple as that.
Yeah,
So she would
absolutely.
go away somewhere to like, you know, be secretive about it, but
Mm-hmm. How
when everyone's asleep,
far away?
well, she'd make her own little igloo and do it in the
I
igloo.
love her igloos. Okay, so she makes a little igloo, shimmies inside, sets herself up, focuses, casts the ritual spell. Yeah, everything comes together. The different elements of your ritual, you focus your insight, your understanding, your intellect on this object and go through the magical motions that you've learned before. You focus down, and the ritual itself takes 11 minutes with the minute for the spell itself, and the seconds tick away. You do everything right, you're practiced, you know what you're doing. But as the time comes to its end, and you know this, you're waiting for the readout, the flash of insight in your mind. How to describe it? Is she holding the cube?
She herself is not holding the cube, as
Okay,
I've flavored
interesting.
it with Mage Hand is holding the cube.
Indeed. Okay, that changes things. The ritual culminates, and you're waiting for the flash of insight, and your mage hand is holding it there. You focus on the object, and you notice that even in the mage hand's spectral grip, it is shaking. And you think back with your intelligence. You think back to how before it felt like there was something able to move inside. Whatever that is, there is agitation now, and the cube itself almost flickers in place despite being a solid object that you can touch. It almost flickers and shimmers out of reality for a second, and there's a sound of cracking stone, and you see a fault crack from one corner of the cube up across an empty face of the cube itself. The spell flickers out. The elements of your ritual fall unfulfilled to the ground, and the cube melts the snow around it and sits down slightly closer to the rock below.
She I think she would finish her little ritual, put down the book, put down the pearl. She'd go and try and pick it up.
Yeah, as she reached out close to it, she would feel searing heat emanating from the cube itself.
Does the crack look like it goes all the way to the middle? Can she see into it?
The crack. Let's just do this. So that's one face of the cube, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Cube drawing time. The crack goes from the corner, spiders up into one face of the cube. She cannot see through the crack, no. It's like the stone is still flush against itself on either side of the crack. And I will say the crack is very perfect in itself. There's no little bits that have crumbled away or anything like that. It's like a hairline, like a lightning bolt cracked into the stone itself. It is cooling. You can see that it's cooling in the snow.
You know what? Just go do it again. Do another ritual.
Interesting. Okay. You regather all the different parts.
This time she's gonna hold it, like with like a cloth or something, because she knows it might get hot.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, with your hand firmly wrapped in cloth, the cube atop it. How is the cube sitting in your hand? How is it facing you?
I think you should hold it like wrist up, upwards. I don't know how to describe it.
No, I got it.
Basically,
And
palm
then,
upwards, basically.
yeah, but the cube itself, are you facing the Lyra side towards you, the Bahamut side, the cracked side, and empty side?
I think she's keeping an eye on the crack. I think she's facing the crack.
Okay. You sit yourself down once more, filled equal parts trepidation and excitement. This is something you've always enjoyed, the discovery, the fascination. So often in books, but other times with little experiments and permutations of different theories played out practically with experimentation. You hold it up and you conduct your ritual. Oh, this is really interesting. As your ritual, in fact, this wouldn't even get that far, maybe 30 seconds into the ritual this time. So you're fully mentally just thinking, still got another 10 minutes before anything's going to happen. You hear something emanating from the cube. You hear a low hissing sound. It is not uniform. It comes and goes. Hiss. Before dying back away again. You can't see anything coming out of the crack. You can't see anything escaping it. There's no steam. But you hear this hissing sound coming from the cube. And you get a strong sense, similar in feeling to the sense you had before of belonging and possession, that this was yours. That you are reaching too high.
Reaching too high, eh?
There's a sense of warning, but it is not the warning of a furious animal lashing out. It's the warning of a superior placing their hand on yours to guide you away from something.
Is the hissing animalistic, or is it more like a kettle type hissing?
It's animalistic.
Yeah. So I'm just wondering whether Atala would put together the snake story from Bungo with this.
Bungo never mentioned the snake.
Did you not?
No, he
Just said about her sleeping.
He specifically didn't.
Ooh, sneaky. Yeah, she wouldn't know. Yeah.
Yeah, lots of data.
Mm.
Do you wish to try again?
No, not with the feeling. I don't think she would try again. No. Back to bed for now, I think.
Okay, very interesting. Okay, and with that, your nights pass without incident.
Only one thing.
Sorry?
Wait, one thing.
Oh, you got one thing? Go ahead.
You know
Please.
Sandrell's got a little box with stuff in.
Yes.
What is in that box?
Of course, you're Sandral now.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez, I forgot about this. Okay, I know it in my head, but I'll also need to check my old notes because I don't want to miss something out. So there is a mirror, like a hand mirror. There's a comb. No, a brush, like a hairbrush, not a comb.
Like one of those old hairbrushes.
Yes. Both look... Okay, so Sandral knows all of this. Both are finely made. Both have scorch marks upon them.
Okay.
There's also... Shit. I need to check my notes. I think this is a great call out for me to check, but it's like the remnants of either a scroll or a book, like a piece of a small book.
Okay. What does she think of when she looks at these items?
So these are items salvaged. They were items given to her by another member of the little gang of street urchins, essentially, in Neverwinter. So there's meaning with these items from that, connected to the essentially her first little family. But she also knows that they were gathered from what is believed to have been her home, where there was a fire.
Okay.
And as far as she knows, her parents died in that fire, and that these were items gathered by some of the older kids as mementos. So I think they mean a lot to her. They're really her only connection back to her family. The mirror and brush look probably like they were her mother's. And yeah, I think it was a scroll. Again, I need to check, but it has handwriting on it.
Okay.
That I think she believes to be her father's.
Okay. So I guess she would just, after talking to him from before,
Yeah.
I guess she'd be more wistful about home. So I guess she'd just look at it before she went to sleep and be
Of
like,
course.
and then go to sleep.
Awesome. Yeah, that's a really good reminder. I would check.
Yeah, I just remembered it myself, actually.
Yeah. Drums. Yeah, it has a lock on it as well, and she has the key. Okay. Thank you. Very cool. I move us on to the next morning.
One more thing.
Oh, yeah, please.
So she hasn't gone to bed yet, so Hannah thought of one more thing.
Mm-hmm.
So you say it sounds creature-like.
Yes. Though, obviously I can't do the best impression in the world. It was very deep. It was a deep hiss.
Deep hiss.
Like a fat snake.
Yeah, a super fat snake.
Just imagining the really big snake from a samurai game. So if it sounds like a creature,
Yeah.
she is going to try and talk to it.
Oh, is this another ritual?
No, because she's got this thing that I'm just trying to find.
Can you remind us exactly like where Atala is? She's not like still in bed next to Bungo, right?
No. She's
in her little igloo of experimentation, her igloo lab.
Yeah.
We're just hearing like someone muttering. We're like, what?
Well, you're all asleep, and she's gone off and put herself in an igloo.
Okay.
The only person I can imagine picking up on it would be Bungo with his obscene perception.
No, I was actually going to say, Tom, that I think anything perception-wise involving Atala, Bungo should essentially have like 5 perception on.
Because of his trust with her and everything.
He's so trusting that he just doesn't even see things that are right in front of him.
Very cool. I love that. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
Blinded by love.
Yeah.
Blind. So Atala?
So Atala would like to just ask what it is, basically. But she's using, probably without her really thinking about it, because it's probably connected. It might not be, but it might be. Her awakened mind warlock thing.
Okay.
Which lets you speak to any creature. Oh damn it! Hang on, you can. Oh no, hang on, you have to see it. Damn it!
Unless it's in a box.
Oh, hang on. Does the other one you have to see? Does the ritual one you have to see or not? Okay. I don't think it counts for snake. Damn it. Never mind then. She'll still ask what it is, but whether it replies, who knows.
So this is in her mind, right? And she's like focusing on it.
Yeah, we'll say though. The thing doesn't work because you have to see it, but you know.
But it's like, what are you that you're focusing on it?
Yeah.
Oh, did I disconnect?
No, you're good. I'm
Oh,
thinking.
sorry.
Okay. You would get in your mind with clarity
Mm-hmm.
and with a hissing tone a single word. And that word would be balance.
Okay. Atala's very tempted to just ask all the questions in the world, but she feels like probably not. So now genuinely going to bed this time.
Okay. Which for Atala is lying down.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Okay. Amazing. And yeah, with that, dreams are undisturbed. Your night passes without incident. The guards patrol the ground itself. Sunlight breaks, and you note that the weather seems to have broken. The clouds have broken. Sunlight streams through. It's a tiny bit warmer. Still very, very cold. But you get back on the road and head onwards for another day of travel. You think now this will be... You need 2.5 more days, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Mhm.
So you travel onwards, making your way along the... Because I believe I didn't give it its proper name last time. The Blackford Road towards Mirabar, trundling along, sometimes swapping stories, sometimes not, chatting with those around you. Unless, because I'm keen for you guys to get to Mirabar, unless anyone has anything in particular they'd like to do with these 2 days, I'm actually going to fast forward you to Mirabar itself.
Apart from the story before we get there.
Yeah?
Mhm.
What's the trigger on that? Is it like when you see Mirabar in the distance, or...?
It's gonna be just the evening before.
Yeah,
When
once
we-
Gildred says
yeah.
we should be there tomorrow or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Exactly that.
Excellent.
But wasn't
Yeah,
it 2.5
then-
days?
Sorry?
Or wasn't it 2.5 days?
Yeah, so you'll get to Mirabar about noon the following day.
So, yeah, so we do the story a day and a half.
Yeah.
That's still 6 hours though.
Mm-hmm. But it's closer than it was though.
Yeah, so I'll say we can fast forward to that now. It is the evening before. Submarchian says, we should make it about noon tomorrow.
And Bungo
Give
will.
me the goddamn story, boy!
Yeah, Bungo will gather everyone around and he'll be like, everyone gather around and let me tell you the story of the creature I met upon the bridge. And I imagine everyone comes and sort of gets an expecting audience sort of thing.
Mhm.
And Bungo, with Atala's help, I imagine, as the storytelling troupe does, is kind of backing up special effects and stuff, and I imagine he might even encourage like Blam to maybe put on like a dark cloak and pretend he's the creature, and he would just sort of say, and as I stepped out upon the bridge, you saw me as I was consumed in a white wind, and the creature performed many challenges upon me. But with the magic of Lyra, I cast the spell and he starts walking around them in a circle and just slowly dripping Grace's holy water around them as he does, and starts doing the incantation for Magic Circle.
Okay.
I will post it in the chat for you.
Please do.
And I guess before he'd even started that, I assume, are these guys once again by the fire, staring into it?
I assume Bungo... Does the Bungo want them to be separate? What was the plan?
Bungo is expecting them to be separate.
Yes. Unless done otherwise, yeah, they'd be sat by the fire staring into it.
Yeah. So then Gray would probably stand on like the opposite side of the fire, or at least the opposite direction. So if he were to at least get their attention, it would be away from Bungo. And he'd probably just squat down, just kind of, not this one again. Ugh, don't mind if I sit by here. Ooh, it's chilly. And he's going to he's by the fire, kind of putting his hands together. So he'll like roll up his sleeves as he does it.
You see one of the masks slowly start to turn towards you.
And he's just kind of like rubbing his arms and his hands, trying to like he's not that cold, but he's just trying to see if he can get their attention at all.
Yeah. The other two look towards the one that's turning towards you. It starts to lean.
I wouldn't say I'm in, I don't know, how far away would I be? Out of reaching distance. I don't want to be too far from them. But...
Yeah. Okay. You continue to rub your hands?
Yeah. Whilst keeping an eye on, like, switching. Yeah. I'll just be keeping a close eye on him.
Yeah, I think the one that's turned towards you actually begins to crawl through the snow towards you.
Starts crawling? How quickly?
Hands and knees. Pretty slow. The other two are just watching it for now. It's closing in.
Yeah. Gray would then probably stand up and just kind of take a couple paces around the fire. Not necessarily like directly away, but just kind of keep the distance, whatever distance they're currently at. Kinda, yeah, without going all the way to like bring their view back round this way, if that makes sense.
It does.
So
do you keep
he'd go as far as he
up?
can. If he's still, even though I'm walking slightly further away, I assume he's still coming towards me?
He is.
Then yeah, I'd probably hurriedly put his sleeves back down.
Okay. And as you put your sleeves back down, the creature stops in its tracks, though its mask is still pointed towards your wrists. The other two, looking at this creature, you notice them both slowly shake their head back and forth. And the one that had been crawling, as if rewinding in time, crawls backwards. And goes to sit back next to the other two. But they're no longer looking at the fire. They're essentially looking, two of them at the one, and the one is just looking down straight at the ground.
Do I notice... No, they're such an enigma, I don't even know what to
ask. But you've distracted them for a length of time. Bungo?
As
Certainly
Bungo
a minute has passed.
completes the ritual, he sort of continues the story. And as he kind of wraps it up, he would say, "Thank you all for listening, but please, if you will indulge me further, my lovely wife Atala would like to share the story of the great Rond the Unsmackable." And
Yeah, she'll get up next to you, Bungo.
he'll kind of
And the
excuse
little music
himself
thing.
and just sort of like gesture and bow to Atala as he kind of makes his way out of the group and towards Grey.
Okay. To be clear, with the spell completed, there are glowing runes on the floor.
And he was
Okay.
kind of... The idea was, because Atala was doing like the special effects,
Yeah.
that this all like seems like part of the performance.
Okay. Yeah. There'd be muttering in the crowd, just like, ooh,
Yeah.
magic.
And as Bungo made his way over, Grey would kind of give like a shrug and a wink. It's like, we good?
Bungo nods. Bungo is going to go sit next to Grey and just look towards the three hooded figures
Mm-hmm.
and just quite plainly say, "We know of your true nature. You are undead. There is no need to hide behind masks any longer." And Bungo is like quite firmly grasping the symbol of Lyra in his hand as he does so.
Three masks turn towards you, and they go to stand up.
Bungo still remains sitting.
They
Still
stand.
sitting. You badass.
Yeah.
Yeah, they stand, and they
Do you say this loud enough for everyone else to have heard? Or kind of
No.
just amongst us?
Just amongst me and you. I will say Bungo would have like told Atala at least of this plan.
right.
So if shit goes to crap, he kind of expects Atala to be like, "Everyone stay within the fucking runes."
Okay. They stand, and there's a pregnant pause as you're just kind of staring at these blank masks. And then two of them lunge for you, Bungo, and one of them lunges for Grey. We're gonna have to roll initiative.
Okay.
Was the one that lunged for me? Is that my favourite? Is that
It
my
is your
best
favourite,
friend? Oh. I'm gonna call him Bitey.
Okay. Can everybody roll initiative for me, please?
Are we staying on this screen, Tom?
We are gonna stay on
Yeah,
the
that's
screen,
fine.
yeah.
Just wanted to know if to roll it before we did or not.
Put the grid on, Tom.
Yeah, it's a good shout. We can do that for sure. Agreed.
Yeah, nice.
Okay. Need Blam. And then I'm just going to do a block for the NPCs.
Can I quickly do a thing? Because I keep forgetting I can do the thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just as Bungo had said that, could I give him Vigilant Blessing?
100% because you were in on the plan.
So I kind of just tap his shoulder.
What does that do?
Excellent.
I guess kind of channel a word to Celestian to kind of give him that advantage. Yeah, gives you advantage on your next initiative roll.
I will say I already have advantage on my initiative rolls because of the
Oh!
I believe it's the shield.
It is, yeah.
The sentinel
Can you do it on
shield, yeah.
yourself?
Oh, neat. Yeah, I can. I might as well.
Man, the guards rolled so shit.
I will say Bungo would have cast Aid again and Death Ward on these two every day.
Yeah, that's understood.
Shit, I forgot to select.
Okay, first question. Was Sandral clued in on the plan? Is it just you, Grey Atala?
I think Bungo would clue So Tala, Sandral in on the plan.
You didn't ever say though.
No, but I think
Well,
he,
no,
I think
I'm
he would
asking now.
have. I think he would have.
Would
Okay.
Central have done anything in advance?
I don't know because I didn't know she knew, so I guess it would have been different.
Would
Guess
she have just
not.
been like glancing over?
Listen to your elders.
she
Just
probably
behave.
she'd probably be like listening to a story and then kind of just glancing over, I guess.
Yeah, that's fine. I just wanted to establish whether she'd be surprised or not as this was going down. But I don't think she is, so you're free to act.
So it's lunged, right?
They have broken forward, moving towards two of them towards Bungo and one of them towards Grey, arms outstretched.
Aggressively.
Yes, 100%.
She's going to cast protection from good and evil
Oh, very cool.
on herself.
Ah, very cool. Let's use this out. That's fine.
Mhm.
Oh.
Ooh, this is
Okay.
cool.
Mm.
Love Kevin McLeod.
So good. Okay, is that your full turn, Sandra? Are you moving?
No. She's gonna do Slayer's Prey on the one going for Grey.
Okay, that's this one at the bottom.
What does that do?
It does this. Basically, she has 1d6 more. Yeah.
It's really nice. Does that require concentration or not?
Don't say so.
That's really good. I like that.
Excellent. Is that your turn?
Yes.
Okay. Bungo.
Bungo is going to channel divinity and turn undead.
Very good. You present the symbol of Lyra.
Wisdom saving throw DC 17.
17.
And if
Okay.
with destroy undead, my thing currently is. I don't think it'll
It's
matter,
important.
but we'll see. Destroy
What level is
undead is currently CR 1 or lower.
Okay. Yeah, no, you. As the wave pulses out, you do not see these bodies disintegrate. Yeah, let's roll from it. Okay. The one lunging for Grey fails immediately. And the whole posture of their body begins to shift as the lunging becomes a panicked flailing of the arms in the air. The other two just blank masks and the arms still coming for you, Bungo.
Mm-hmm.
Is that your turn? Do you wish to move?
No, I will move, and I'm just looking at my spells.
Mm-hmm.
I think Bungo will call out to everyone and say, "Please, everyone, remain where you are seated."
Okay.
And he is going to cast as a bonus action. Bane. No, wait, is that bonus action? It's an action. Shield
It's
of
action.
Shield of Faith, then.
Awesome.
And he's gonna cast it. What's your AC, Sandra?
18. But it can go up to 21.
Let's go, Sandra. Shield of Faith.
Awesome. Just getting buffed up.
And he's gonna move back like
24
10
Wait, isn't it plus 6?
plus 2.
plus 2
Oh.
for Shield of Faith.
And nutty.
Well, I'm thinking of shield.
Yeah.
Just back to there.
Okay. Roger that. Scramble backwards. Grey.
8.
What's your dex, Grey?
18.
Ah, shit. Okay, yep. You're up.
trying to remember. I feel like Grey used to have multi-attack thing with melee, but I can't see it anywhere, so...
You used to do attack, bonus action attack.
2-weapon fighting.
Oh, is that a thing?
Yeah, 2-weapon fighting.
But it has to be with light weapons.
Yeah. 2 weapons. I can't see that.
Should be under just bonus actions in general. I think everyone has but 2-weapon fighting.
Oh, no, yeah, you're right, there it is. Use a bonus and... Yep, cool. Yeah, let's do that. Let's go in and do that.
You would know, Grey, from fighting with Bungo before, that this one's turned. So
Yeah, so that's kind of like
yeah.
not touchy.
Yeah.
It just runs from you,
Mm-hmm.
right? Yeah, okay. So he'll scamper off. So yeah, let's have Grey run around here and go for this one.
Excellent. Flanking, so -2 AC.
Fucking hell, I've got too many. At some point, I need to hand some of these out. I've got too many fucking swords and daggers.
By the way, Tom, I don't know if these people would be closer because there's a 10-foot radius on the magic circle.
Yeah, no, it's fine. We'll just picture it
Yeah, that's fine. Okay,
rather than cram. But yeah, I'm all good.
cool.
Yeah. Okay, first attack. Some point. No?
One day it'll
Try
load.
again.
Nothing
There we
yet.
go. It did it.
26 definitely hits.
Holy shit, that sneak attack roll.
6, 2, 6.
Shame
Oh
it.
boy.
Shame it didn't have... Oh, wait, it was this one. So yeah, it did have sneak attack.
Yeah.
It does have sneak attack, yeah.
Holy
So you
shit.
plunge the dagger in. The dagger goes through. Sneak attack would be piercing as well, though.
Yes.
So you would notice that their flesh, whatever it is under the robe, seems quite resilient to the plunging of the dagger into them.
Okay.
Poison.
Does it now?
Yeah.
Is there any way of telling whether or not it looks like the poison's done anything?
Yeah. It does recoil from the poison. It seems like certainly the poison is doing something.
Okay, let's go with another one then.
Cool.
I guess I can use, yeah, this one. Sword in the other hand. Hey, it's quicker.
Nice.
Double 50.
11. Fine. Cool. Yeah, and once more, you notice that through the robes and the flesh underneath, it seems resilient to the weapon itself.
Sweet. And then, I think if I remember right,
You're gonna mobile it out of there.
yeah, that's what I was just double checking. Mobile, when you make a, yep, that's cool. I remember now. It's all coming back to me.
Does the other one get to attack you? Does mobile only work on the one you hit?
Attacks
From
back,
that creature. That creature.
Would you have done
so-
your second attack against this guy instead?
No, I
Okay.
don't think I would. If
Yep.
if they're all taking like less damage, I want to try and get as much in as I can.
Got it.
So was it 5?
Well,
5,
so as you go to retreat,
15.
this one would make an attack opportunity against you.
That's fine. Where would I go? I'd go.
Your AC is... Yeah, no,
30.
it doesn't hit you.
He's up in the mountains.
Very good. That brings us to the creatures themselves. This one needs to flee from Bungo. So it is going to go around you, Sandral. Do you wish to take an opportunity attack?
No.
Got it. 5,
Ho ho ho.
15, 20, 30.
Do these things, are they making noises? Much in the way of noise?
10, 15, 20. The one running would be. and it would sound. Oh wait, no, because it's this one. It would be making a sound. It's very difficult to describe.
Is it like
It
that?
would sound halfway between rasping and gurgling, like a scream. Like I can't even do it. It's a horrific sound, and it is fleeing. The other two have not made a sound.
Okay.
Okay.
Even after stabbing him a couple times.
Even after stabbing them, yeah, there
Bung-
wasn't even a grunt.
Bungo would call out to Blam and say, "Get that one."
Okay, roger that. This one is going to come for you, Bungo,
Mm-hmm.
and it is just going to reach down. Try to. What? Yeah. So first strike. That is a 21 to hit.
Gonna manifest wings as my reaction.
Very good. Roll the dice. Need a
What kind of
3.
attack was it?
Fuck! It was cocked as hell on the
Oh.
dice
It
thing.
was,
but-
it was cocked as hell. So the wings do burst forth,
Yeah.
but the hand, this grasping hand now, the fingers clawing forward, just burst through and dig down into your shoulder.
Yeah.
Second strike.
Yeah, that definitely hits.
Yeah.
Con save, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Damage for the first one.
Ooh, 4 failed on the con save.
8 damage on the first one. The second one hit as well. 11 damage on the second one.
Yeah, drop concentration on the Shield of
Okay.
Faith.
Pew! Shield of Faith disappears. And with both hands on you, Bungo,
Mm-hmm.
you are grappled. And I need you to make a charisma save.
Is it against being frightened or poisoned?
No.
No. Okay, that's fine. 23.
Pass. Very good. So where before, the masks, these featureless masks with the small eye slits, you've barely been able to see anything. As both the hands of this creature grab onto your shoulders and essentially pull its face close to yours, there is a flaring of darkness behind the eye slits, and you feel this paralysis start to edge its way through your body, but you hold true to yourself and you shake the feeling away. This one, man, let's go for Bungo. Yeah, this one is gonna leave you, Sandra, if you want to attack it.
Yeah.
Yep. Go ahead. Yeah, that hits.
Can you use key points on reactions?
Yeah.
So that means you can try and stun it.
Yes.
Yeah, she'll try and do that.
Awesome. Con save, right?
Yeah.
That is a 20.
Yeah, that passes.
Okay.
She
It does take the
6
damage.
piercing damage.
Again, you feel it's almost like stabbing into a stack of leather. This resistance still
Ooh.
feels like flesh, but it's tough.
Even a magical rapier.
Even the magical rapier, indeed.
Ooh.
5, 10, 15, 20. It's not gonna flank, it just wants to get Bungo. First grasp as a 20 to hit.
Hits.
Is the manifest just for one attack, or is it?
I believe it's just that attack. Let me double check for certain.
Thank you. 10 damage.
Yeah, that attack roll.
Oh, that dice went everywhere. Yeah, it definitely hits. So it was 10 damage, and then a further 8 damage.
It's 18 in total.
And I need another charisma save from you, please.
Yes,
The same
indeedy.
thing is happening with this one. You're double grappled. They just got their hands on you.
15.
15 fails.
Gonna
You are-
Kefalump help.
Oh, very good.
Mhm.
Roll it again.
How often can we do that?
Once
a
a
day.
day. 17.
17 does just
Fucking
pass.
love you, PJ Spriggins.
Yeah, Bungo call out for Heffalump, and again, there's a little swirl of rainbow light around you, Bungo, and you shake it off once more. Excellent. That brings us to Blam.
Hey.
So Blam, you did hear Bungo call out for you to get
Yeah,
this one.
I'm going to get it. I'm gonna get it.
Get it.
Can I reach up to it?
Oh, definitely. This grid is as normal.
Yeah. Let's chop at it.
Give it a chopping. Go ahead.
Yay.
Interesting. Go ahead and roll your damage.
Be an extra 4.
Yep. 18, 23, 30 damage. Okay. Okay.
Remember, you
And
get to make
interest-
an extra attack, Blam, because you crit.
Oh yeah. Interestingly, Blam, you would note, although you haven't had a chance to speak to your companions yet, well, all you'd note is that your chopping worked just fine.
Okay.
Well, I would expect no less.
Indeed. It is no longer turned, but that may not be important.
I don't know, I'd be thrown to Blam.
Oh my god, you're an animal! Oh wait, you got it on forced crit, you muppet. Wait a minute, 29 and 27 are different numbers!
Does he crit on a 19, though? I can't remember.
Oh, actually, that might just be champion barbarians.
Yeah, I can't remember.
Yeah, it is.
Quick, everyone put it on.
That's excellent.
I got so excited.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, no. So I'll just take the first damage roll on that first one, so it was 14. And in that case, you would have noticed that it does seem resistant to your lashing.
Okay.
How do I get rid of this auto crit thing? I can't remember.
Click on
It should-
Beyond 20 at the top, and then it'll say force critical hits, and you can select it off and on.
Oh yeah, I remember.
But we'll keep that roll. So go ahead and press the button. I'll just take the first number on it. She rolled a 19. It definitely hits. Wait, I got rid of the wrong thing. Doo-doo-doo.
Would the first one have hit with a 17?
Yes. Yeah. They've definitely both hit so far. For the 9. Cool. And then, yeah, do you want to make your bonus attack?
You
Oh, wait, no,
can't.
you wouldn't get that now because
Yeah.
it wasn't a crit. Yep. Is that everything, Blamethine?
That's all, thank you.
Roger that. That brings us to Atala.
Yep. She would be telling everyone to get to the middle of the circle, just to everyone to get out of her way. And she's gonna stand at the edge of the circle. Can you cast spells out of it?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Good. She will do. Are they both grappling Bungo or just one?
They are both grappling Bungo, yeah, right next to
Oh.
each other.
Okay.
Tear him apart.
Yep.
She's gonna probably want to try and get both then. So she's gonna do shatter in such a
Cool.
way that it avoids Bungo and Sandra. So I think it's 10-foot radius. I think that is fine.
Nice, nice. What do they make? Is it con saves?
It's a con save, yeah. And half
A
damage.
10
I think it's half.
and an 8.
Nice. Perfect.
Solid.
Ah. That's
2
alright.
ones isn't great, but
Yeah.
still an 8 in there. So full 20 damage to both. Holy shit.
Yeah.
And yeah, the spell looks fully effective as this blast of thunderous force smashes into both of these. This
That's
one
it.
looks bloodied. Or not.
Like,
This
which
one
spell
looks
is it?
weakened. Shatter.
Oh.
That was such a good laugh.
That's it then.
Cool. Very nice. Grace. Off the goads. Anya.
Anya.
She's fallen asleep.
Can you hear me now?
No, she
No,
hasn't.
she's good. She's got the old muties.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes, lovely.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Okay.
Hear
I
me
didn't-
now.
No.
I would demand vindication of the accusation of falling asleep.
Sorry.
Would Grace have heard the thing about that one?
You'd have had Bungo shout out for Blam to get that one, and you'd have seen Blam carving into it with his axe.
Cool. Then I'm gonna cast blindness, deafness on him.
Interesting. DC 60. Is it con? Oh, it says it right there. Con. So
Yeah.
It fails. What does it look like?
It is blinded and for the duration of the spell up to a minute. At the end of each of its turns, the target can make a con save. On a success, the spell ends.
Amazing. What does Grace's spell look like with her Bahamut powers? Is it a silver light? Is it
I don't think it would look
in,
like
his,
anything
in his eyes?
necessarily.
Oh, that's cool. So she like casts the spell, and to everyone else there's like nothing, but this guy is just like clasping his eyes.
Yeah.
Very cool. Okay. The peeps will do what they're told. So they'll all move in. Make sure they're in the circle.
That guy's probably like, get out of my way!
I must be in the center of the circle.
The joke's on him. His country's fucked.
That's
I think
the.
you'll find King Darian is quite happily ruling over Cormier right now.
No, he's just got that castle, basically.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. Astrid, the guard, is not going to hide in the circle. They want to prove their worth to Bungo. They're not stupid though. She's going to go and help Blam. So 5,
Do they have bows, Tom?
15, 20, 25, 30. Crossbows, yeah.
Nice.
So she will use her crossbow. It's a heavy crossbow. That's a natural 1. Twang! Goes flying off to the side. Good job, Astrid. This one's going to go straight for Bungo. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. It's going to go for the one that's looking weaker. I'll save you. 15 does hit. One-handed though. Oh, it's not enough. Yeah, he cuts in, and Bungo, you almost see the longsword of Robin actually lodge in the shoulder of this thing.
Oh my god.
So that's Robin. Back to the top of the round, Sandral.
Oh, okay. Sandro is gonna go there, and then she's gonna bait and switch with Bungo.
Ooh, what does that do?
Yeah, give me the description.
What? That's a thing?
When you're in 5 foot of a creature on your turn, you expend 1 superiority dice and switch places with that creature, provided you spend at least 5 foot of movement and this creature is willing and isn't incapacitated. The movement doesn't provoke opportunity attacks.
That's fucking cool. And it's forced movement, so it'll break the grapple.
Roll the superiority dice until the start of the next turn, or the other creature your choice gains a bonus to AC equal to the number rolled. So I guess you'll add that to Bungo.
Fucking sweet. Roll it.
Oh well.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
But still,
I'll take it.
double grapple break is fucking awesome. So yeah, Sandral swings round behind, and Bungo with these hands, incredibly strong hands clasped onto you. You just see Sandral with martial prowess just chop and break the grasps away as she pulls you aside. And can you switch places, please?
And then that wasn't actually an action.
That's so cool. Shit.
So she's gonna do both her attacks, and then she's gonna flurry of blows.
Amazing.
So
Go ahead.
this is
Which
the one
one?
that's weakened, right?
Definitely, yeah. With a sword stuck in its shoulder right now.
Let's do this. The rapier.
14 does hit.
She will use her bonus action
Mm-hmm.
to. Oh, where is it?
Did you not want to flurry of blows with your bonus action?
Oh fuck yeah! Thank you. You're right.
Yes.
Yeah, she'll flurry of blows.
So roll damage for that one first. 6. Ooh, this thing is on its very last legs. It's still up.
Boop.
It catches your fist in its hand.
If you were thinking of favoured foe, by the way, Karen, that's not a bonus action, it's just a free action.
Oh god.
So many things.
It adds a d4 to your
know.
attack roll, and it's concentration.
Yeah,
It would make a
she would have done
difference.
that then.
Okay. Roll it, actually, because it can't be halved. Oh, yeah. So, with that strike, the favoured foe, you've been analysing these guys from the moment you identified them as a threat, and you think to hook up under the mask and strike up into the head, and it just gurgles and falls to the ground. Dead.
Right. Then she'll do the 2 unarmed strikes on this guy.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, get down, Mr. President.
Yep, so the 10 is caught, but the 20 hits.
Oh, sorry, just a 5.
That's alright.
And then she'll try and. With this
Yep.
one. Nah, she'll just attack it.
Okay. Bungo.
Oh no, it's you got 1 rapier attack left.
Oh, of course she does. That definitely hits.
That's it.
Nice. Yeah, and in the flurry of movement, Bungo has been freed and you've felled one of these creatures. Very nice. Bungo.
Mungo's gonna move around to here,
Mm-hmm.
like that, and at 4th level, he is going to cast Inflict Wounds.
Nasty. Go ahead. Roll. With flanking, you definitely should hit. Yep.
I did press that, I don't know where it's. There we go. 28 points of necrotic damage.
Necrotic.
How do you kill it?
He just places a hand on its back and kind of like just grabs into it and just you see it just like Sandra would just see like Bungo's little hand come through, like it's the bottom of its stomach and just like almost like just a green energy just like coming through as it just makes a hole and just crackles on the other side.
Nasty. Grey. If that's your turn, Bungo.
Yeah, that is my turn.
Very nice. Grey?
Yeah, well, with that dealt with, let's take a nice long shot at the one over there.
Excellent. Tracking your shots?
13.
13 does hit.
Oh!
These things are wearing robes. So that's the full damage, so 28, and then yeah, it's not as effective as you would like. So,
That's fine.
yep, solid hit, arrow embedded. in its torso.
I'll leave it there for now.
Cool. This one.
Is it?
Yeah, it's definitely time, especially with that damage that was just done. Oh, but it's blind though. Fuck. Fucking Grace.
Good job, Grace.
It's still going to try and do it. It's just going to be a disadvantage. So, Blam, you would see this one, in desperation, reach up under the mask and just rip the mask off of its face. And beneath, you would see a mass of scar tissue, cuts across the face in different directions. The eyes are long. What's the word? Essentially, the eyelids have been removed. There's a word for it, but I can't remember it.
Oh.
So you just see these staring eyes, though currently they're clouded over with Grace's spell. And the jaw is broken open, and you can see the inside the mouth is, again, this horrible mass of scar tissue. The tongue has been removed. Yeah, it's fucking awful. But it's going to try and bite you, because it does have teeth. So, disadvantage, take the lowest. Okay, taking the lowest. Yeah, that is a 21 to hit. Which definitely does hit you. The teeth sink into your shoulder. And it does... as it drains some of the blood from your body. You take 15 necrotic damage. It regains. It seems to... there's almost this horrific sucking sigh of relief as it pulls some of your lifeblood into its open maw. However, it is your turn.
Ah, there's accent.
Definitely hits. Yeah.
Swinging away.
Chop, chop, dig, dig. Yeah, all the vitality returned to it from it draining you is immediately cut apart, and you see these great wounds chopping into its body as some of the robes are falling away. But the only blood you see on it is your own. Atala.
Do we want to keep it alive or not really?
No.
It's up to you.
Kill
it
him.
must be
Already
the no bloodies.
No bloodies. Atala will do. Atala will do frostbite. So it's con save.
Con save. There's a 9.
Oh, worst roll possible.
It's the worst roll possible. However, as the cold energy and the frost wraps around it, there is this horrible gurgling shriek. It seems to hate that cold energy biting into it. Actually, does double damage.
It also has disadvantage on its next weapon attack.
After that, it's having a bad time. Is that the end of your turn?
That's it, yep.
Grace.
Yeah, I don't know what to do. Wait, what is my movement? She's gonna move up to here, and... oh wait,
Grace
no,
have
she
any
can
kind of weapon.
use my Mace of Disruption.
Cool.
I'll do it.
Guessing it misses. Oh wait, no, because it's blinded. It's advantage.
Nice, good catch.
Hey.
20 will hit. So 5 normal and then 14 radiant. Shit, so 5 normal.
Wait, it has to do a wisdom saving throw.
Oh yeah?
Oh, well, if the target has 25 hit points or fewer after taking this damage, it must succeed on a DC 15 wisdom saving throw or be destroyed.
Well, shit. As you bring the mace down and it smashes into its side, there is a great flash of silver light, and you can almost hear a dragon's roar erupt in the skies above as this creature, the side of it just bursts outwards and burns away, leaving a crater in the side of its neck as it dies.
Thank you very much, Kieran.
Want
That
to see what
makes
it
it
does?
badass.
It did. It was
Be
cool.
destroyed. Destroyed. Yeah, I'm gonna go further than that then. Silver light erupts around it and like a platinum flame just burns the creature away entirely into the ash and nothingness.
Oh,
Shit! And with that, combat is at an end.
It's like when you kill stuff with plasma in Fallout.
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Exactly like that.
Whew.
Sandrel's gonna reach down and like pull its mask off.
Yeah, man.
Okay. Both of them? Or just one?
She'd let
You do
it
one,
reach.
I'll do the other.
She'd do one down. Yeah.
Okay. You both pull the masks off your victims, revealing. Revealing. That's not the word I want. Surprisingly I can't think of the word.
Bland faces.
Pretty much,
Unblemished.
yeah. Unblemished. They look like 2 humans, 1 male, 1 female. The female is blonde with blue eyes that do look somewhat clouded over. The male, dark in colouring, dark hair, dark eyes, stubble across his cheeks.
Does their heritage look Alaskan?
Yeah, they look like they're from the north.
Interesting.
Do they both have the fangs and the teeth and the claws and wow?
You open their mouth.
Yeah, go on then.
You pull open the mouth. Make a dex. No, I'm joking. You pull open the mouth, and you see normal teeth in place. Some cavities, some little metal bits and pieces, but a normal set of teeth.
Okay.
Sandrel just looks up at Bungo. It was like, they sure did seem powerful for looking so normal.
Some things not quite as they seem.
I'm just gonna pocket the mask.
Okay.
Mm.
Yeah, you can add it to your inventory just as a mask. White porcelain mask.
You said these guys were undead, Bungo. You sure about that?
Certain. I am concerned about what their purpose here was.
Mm.
At discovering
They
their
would probably
true
run
nature,
over.
at discovering their true nature, they attacked on sight.
Well, I knew they were hiding something.
Perhaps we should ask Grace. She brought them with her.
I don't think she'll have any idea.
I think she does have a spell that she can identify things, so.
Yeah, you're casting a spell. You're going over to the
If
2 bodies.
if I was asked, yeah.
Is
Mm.
are any
Wait,
of the
maybe I
people
don't.
are any of the people we're travelling from Luskan?
Any of the people you're travelling with?
Yeah.
No. You would know that by now. And on that note, the sub-merchant would be like, "Can we come out of the circle now?"
Yes, of course. I'm sorry to surprise you all, but we determined that these 3 creatures we were travelling with were undead and with some nefarious purpose.
Shit, no, I don't have a.
That's
Any.
awful. You hear tales of undead in the night. I've seen the occasional run-in with some foolish mage that takes to the darker arts, but these things don't look like the undead in the stories.
No. Can Bungo try and identify what type of undead creature they might be?
Sure. How does he go about doing that? Is he inspecting the body?
Yeah,
Is he calling on Lyra?
I think he'll...
Is it more like a medicine check?
At first he'll inspect the body
Mm-hmm.
and look for like what familiar signs of, because I imagine different undead have different kind of slight different features and stuff maybe.
Certainly, often quite distinctive.
Yeah, so I think he'd look for that first, and if not, then he might try and call on there, although I'm not sure if I've got anything prepared.
Did Sandra notice there was no blood when she stabbed him up?
Yeah, 100%.
She's gonna be like, they didn't bleed, and then she like pokes this guy, and like with her thing to draw blood,
Mm-hmm.
and then when it doesn't come out, she wants to try and get down on her knees and look into the wound.
Okay. Yeah.
Is that normal for undead not to bleed?
So
When people are dead, they still give off blood. It doesn't pump out.
yeah,
I
or
meant D&D.
Oh.
often having like coagulated blood in their body would you still see like a dark.
Something trickle.
Yeah. So both of you, as you go to inspect the bodies and pull the robes aside, for both of these figures, you'd notice that they were very sparsely. They didn't have much with them. You find an electrum piece on each of them, and
Funny that.
on both of them you would find a small vial of a dark purple liquid.
Can I identify it?
Certainly, yeah.
Would I been able to identify what type of undead they were?
Sandra wants
Sorry,
to
yes. So in terms of type of undead, this isn't something you're familiar with. You both notice immediately as you disrobed these creatures that the flesh is very pale, and where before in just the face you'd kind of assumed this is simply a northern climate, it is unnaturally so. Usually with a very pale complexion you can often see veins running underneath, but with these there's nothing at all. It's almost like the mask itself. There's just this pale flesh, and in the wounds you see flesh there, but flesh that looks incredibly odd. It's not suffused with blood, even morbid long dead blood. There's nothing there at all. It's been there's no blood. It's almost like looking at a fish flesh, this white pallid flesh, and as you look to sort of poke and prod and look inside the wounds, you notice there's this real leathery toughness to it. Bungo, these things in some ways remind you almost of ghouls or ghasts in the sort of pale complexion, but the comparison ends there. They're not hunched in form. Their spine is like a normal human spine. There's no fangs. There's no claws. If you were to see this body from a distance, it would just look like a normal human. Yeah, there's nothing in your knowledge of the undead that leads you to think maybe a connection to vampires with the pale skin, but
Bungo would
again,
communicate like all of this with a sort of sense of he's confused at how little he knows about this.
And Atala, if you cast identify, Does identify only do magical items, or does it do mundane as well?
Let me have. I think it's magic or magic imbued.
Okay, magic
Yeah.
imbued.
You choose one object that you must touch for that cost. If it is a magic item or some other magic, it doesn't have to be, but I don't know what you learn from it if it's not.
Okay.
Yeah. That's about it. Does she just know what it is anyway?
Yeah, no, I think with the identify spell, it's fair enough. So you would identify it, and in stark contrast to your dealings with the cube, the ritual goes off perfectly. And you know that this is a poison. It is magically imbued. It is a known poison in the world called the Midnight Tears.
Mm.
It's very expensive, but it seems that this has been magically imbued to essentially replicate itself upon addition to another liquid.
Ooh. Yeah, should tell everyone that. Is there two, or was there one?
There was one vial on each person.
Nice.
Would this be like a good assassination tool?
Yeah, from Atala's identify spell, she would know that this is a powerful poison. It acts upon ingestion. It's called Midnight Tears because once you've ingested it, the next stroke of midnight that passes, the poison affects you then.
Mm-hmm.
And from the fact that it's been imbued magically to replicate itself upon addition to another liquid, you think perhaps this was a poison intended for use against a large group of people.
Bastards.
Shit, that's even worse than Novichok.
Yeah, it's not great.
I think these creatures may... Grace, you said they were looking for passage up the mountain, correct?
Yes, although I knew not their purpose.
I think their purpose is quite clear, and that they may have wished to travel to seek out Kadra and her clan, perhaps, and apply this poison upon them. The question is why?
Sandra will be holding that vial. She'll be like, Atala, if you added this to, I don't know, like beer, would it turn the beer into the tears? Or would it just be beer with Midnight Tears in it?
Atala, you would know from the identify spell that in that situation, it wouldn't change the beer into Midnight Tears. Essentially, the Midnight Tears would just keep replicating itself. So eventually, that flagon would become
overspill.
More, yeah, exactly. Yeah, would become more poison than beer. More tear than beer.
You'd have to find a bigger class, I think.
Would this... How far would this thing replicate? Could it poison entire rivers? Entire...
Well...
Yeah, from your identifying, because you do learn all the magical properties, you know that there is a limit to it. It's not infinitely replicating, but that certainly a well is within its scope.
Certainly deadly to at least a moderate village.
How common is this poison? I've not heard of it.
Very rare.
Sandrell's going to put it in a bag and be like, I'm sure Eladius might have a use for this.
Oh god!
Bottoms up!
Ballyworth drinking hole, eh?
It's the red wedding all over again.
Okay, so yeah, I'll put it in as a proper item, but feel free to add a custom item for now.
At least we're not dealing with another Talona crisis on our hands, but it certainly seems capable of killing all those upon the mountain, should any drink from the same well. Perhaps there are others who are seeking out Kadra and her clan. Perhaps she will know more. I think haste is even more important than it was before.
We should stop at Mirabar, though.
I agree.
Well, did they have anything else on them, Tom? Or was that it?
No, though I didn't mention that you would have noticed, and Gray would notice the similarity with this. Just as the flag, the small flag inside the wagon with an embroidered platinum dragon symbol, they do each have that on the inner parts of their robes.
Interesting.
What was that? Sorry, I missed that.
They have an embroidered platinum dragon symbol on the inner parts of their robes.
Are the robes well fitted? Do they look like they were theirs or someone else's?
That's a great question. With robes, obviously not that easy to tell, but yeah, I'd say with Atala's intelligence, you'd notice that they're not particularly well fitted. No.
If they looked at the robes,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, does it look more like it would fit a Dragonborn?
Is there a hole for a tail?
They do look bigger than the frame of these humans.
Maybe we should take the robes up to Mount Archelon. Maybe they were owned by the tribe.
I agree.
It's quite possible. Would they need them back?
What was that?
Would they need them back?
Well, if these things killed members of their tribe, maybe they would want them back.
Or perhaps this will help identify who these creatures might be working for.
Tangel's going to take a robe.
Yeah, Bungo will take one as well.
Yeah, no worries.
Weirdos undressing the undead. Oof.
They are nude on the ground now.
Gray wants to do a thing. He's going to approach Atala and Sandral. And he'll just sort of cough. Sandy? Atala? And in one hand he's got a rapier, and in the other a dagger. He said, I have a gift for you if you're interested. It may have probably helped in that fire, and I should have really given these out sooner. And then he shouts, "Flame on!" And then both the sword and the dagger at the same time erupt into flame. And he kind of waves them about a bit before sort of swinging them, and the flames disappear.
Well, if you're offering me a lady's old flame tongue, Grey, I'd definitely say yes.
Oh, you're familiar with it already?
Oh, he talked about it a lot before he got that scimitar.
Well, it seems only right that you should have it if you'd take it.
Oh, I'd definitely take it, Grey. Been used by you and Elodius. It's practically a relic.
Sure you'll put it to good use.
Oh,
and
I will.
Atala, if you're interested.
I don't really do much close up, but perhaps in emergencies.
Hey, especially when it can do this. And,
Exactly.
right. You can have the Fang of Alaraz. Alaraz.
Well,
Oh, yeah.
I'll find something to give you, Grey, to make up for it in the future.
No. It's not a problem. Don't feel obligated. I just have far too many pointy things on me.
Well, maybe you could take some of my magical arrows. Did notice you did have a longbow.
I do, and I am severely lacking in the magical arrow department. Don't mind if I do.
She'll give him 15 magical arrows.
Ooh.
Very nice.
Which kind?
+1.
+1. Cool. Thank you very much.
I think
Atala pats her bag. She's like, I don't really have much for you, I'm afraid.
I'm not asking for anything. Just make use of this.
I think Bungo would use Sacred Flame to sort of extinguish the bodies.
Absolutely. And with time, a few minutes, you're able to do so. And the bodies do burn. They actually burn quite rapidly. And before long, there's nothing left. Scorch marks on the ground.
Mm. On to Mirabah.
On to Mirabah.
Yeah.
And to Mirabah. Gather
To
back up around
Mirabah.
the wagon. Everyone's still intact. Monsieur Gibbon sat inside the magic circle whilst everyone else left it.
Of course.
But he comes along as a good boy. And, well, this was the night before, right?
Mm.
So you were
Yes.
resting.
Yeah.
Is there anything anyone wants to do in the evening?
Um,
Or is it on to Mirabah in the morning? You got half a day to go.
Tala will go along with the cube again. She's gonna go to who's the next religious-y person? Who looks the next religious-y?
So, along with you, you've got some people who are self-declared devotees of Bahamut, like Grace. Bungo's attachment to Lyra is well known.
Grey.
You
Gray.
would know from your own reading and general knowledge that the Submarchian is probably faithful to the Dwarven deities.
Mhm.
I don't know how much Grey has shared with people.
Yeah, I think it's been mentioned by Bungo, and that's about it.
I think
And Gray does kind of keep it private. Not private, but he doesn't, yeah.
I think Bungo would have mentioned it to Atala of all people.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. She knows
So-
there's a bit there at least.
Yeah, and you'd know very little about Grey's deity actually, but you'd know it's called Celestian.
Okay.
Um,
So Tala do similar to what she did with Grace.
Mhm.
Make a little hole, gap, you know. But I think this time she'd be hesitant, and as soon as it sort of started reacting, she'd probably back off.
Interestingly,
Hmm.
as she holds up the cube with the hesitance and everything,
Hmm.
interestingly, there's a feeling of connection similar to how you did before. That feeling of phasing, focusing in, and the haze on the edge of your vision. But it escapes you.
Ooh.
There's a connection established. You're sort of half expecting Grey to start looking distressed, and you have your own misgivings or wondering about that. But before you have any decision to make, the connection doesn't break. It slips, and you see emanating up above the sleeping head of Grey, almost like a sprinkling of stars that just for a moment kind of spray up into the air, like the light catching the edge of a fountain of water before disappearing, and the connection's gone.
Ooh. Very curious. Yeah. She doesn't really do much else than that.
Okay, very good. With sleep well earned after your brief run-in with these strange creatures, some of you perhaps restless in your sleep, wondering of what's to come. The night passes. There's no crazy dreams for you to worry about, and you wake up the next morning ready to finally reach your first step destination of Mirabar. Is there anything anyone would like to do before you reach Mirabar?
I don't think so. Oh, no. Bungo would. He can't cast Legend Lore anymore, he doesn't have the materials, but the next best thing to Legend Lore is to approach Sandrau, and Bungo would say, Sandrau, will you summon Elodius for me?
I said I wouldn't until we got to Mirabar, Bungo. He won't be happy if we do.
You can blame me if you like.
Okay.
We're close enough. He won't know the
toss
difference.
The sending stone.
Yeah, and he'll How does the sending stone work? Is it like casting sending, or is it like more talking into a phone?
I
Like Skype.
I believe it's like casting sending.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he'll say to Elodius, Elodius, it's Bungo. Hold on, let me count the words. Elodius, it's Bungo. We have faced many difficulties, and we have encountered undead who do not bleed. Can you help us look into this, please? That's 25 words.
I love the please.
It's like, Bungo, what have you done with Sandrau? it's just that.
Incredible.
I can't.
It's
once
yeah,
a day,
I think it's
isn't
a
it?
single use per day. Yeah.
Oh, is it? Oh, that's it.
He received the message.
Yeah, that's so on brand.
Oh shit.
Amazing. Okay. So, as the wagon finally, your weary feet trudging through the snow along this path, you begin to see in the distance rising smoke from a settlement. But as you draw closer, on the nudging of the Submarchian and from your own desires, you see that outside of the city itself, which is a walled city, placed outside maybe 200-300 feet, not far from the walls themselves, is a large inn next to a small river running past. And the Submarchian points this out and says, "Well, there it is. That's the Sundered Stone Inn. You will have my blessing. I insist that I'll pay for your night's rest and your round of food and drink for the evening. I've got a tab, so I'll get it all set up for you. But it's a goodly place, especially you mentioned about." He looks at Sandrau. About the Sunderstons. Should be able to have a little chat there. But I'll be going on to the city. Got some things to deal with, got to report about the loss of the wagons. Yes, some difficult conversations to have. But once more, thank you very, very much for your wonderful assistance. And once you've had your good rest at the inn, please do come find me in the city. Any guard, you mention my name. And he untangles one of the golden emblems wrapped up in his beard and says, "Give them this, show them this, and that should be enough to get them to bring you straight to me."
Thank you, Submarchian. We appreciate it.
We appreciate you. You, don't we, Monsieur? Monsieur Gibbons just like, "Bleh."
What businesses do you actually own, Submarchian? Just out of interest.
Oh, that's a dangerous question, young lady. Own is a flexible term in the city. I have my finger in many a business. My focus is on, actually, gem work. the cutting of fine gems. I find that there's something awfully satisfying about taking a dirty hunk of green rock and turning it into something like this. And he pulls a golden chain out from within his robes that's wrapped around his neck, a long necklace. And you see a very large, the size of a fist, emerald embedded in the gold housing of it there.
Sandra will be like, can I touch it?
Go on.
She's just gonna just feel the weight.
Yeah.
She'll be like, wow, that must have cost a lot.
Well, it cost me precisely nothing, but should I have wanted to sell it, it would have cost somewhere in the region of 25,000 gold pieces, but that's neither here nor there. Really, though, it's not the weight you want to feel. Look at the cut. If you look down at the different facets, hold it up to the sun.
Yeah,
We
and
just-
then Sandra gets a jeweler's leaf. No.
But yeah. So,
Submarchian,
yes.
do you know of any places in the city that would sell diamonds, incense, herbs, oils, things of such natures, pendants?
Yes, pendants and diamonds. I'm your man. Again, show the emblem. We'll price you up wholesale, of course, with Saviour's discount.
How much
For
is that?
incense and herbs, you probably want the Overcity. Humans like to dabble with their plants much more than us dwarven folk, but there's a number of places. Central Plaza. You'll see it's like a loop, a circle around the main stairwell that takes you down to the lower city. That's where they tend to set up their stalls and shops.
Do you
As for specifics, I'm afraid I don't know. But you head there, you just walk around. One of the humans will probably call out to you offering the wares. They're quite an enthusiastic people.
Sandra was just like, yeah, we are.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Of course. Well, thank you all. It's been a pleasure. Nods to each one of you.
I'm glad we could help.
Consider you all firm friends. So if any of you are in Mirabar again, Madam Grace, I know you make your path through here. So don't be a stranger. You can always stop in. But to all of you, I bid you a farewell and happy mining.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May head off into the city. Whereas the rest of you pull up outside a lovely looking wooden inn.
Yeah.
We've got so much fucking shit to buy when we get into...
Oh, fuck.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Oh,
No, relax.
Oh, we might just be worshipped as a barman.
No, because you took care of them.
Oh,
Oh. Whew.
what a relief.
Just go into the saloon, you're like, oh, fuck! No, not there. Okay. So, if you want to drag yourselves out onto the map near the entrance, which is at the bottom here.
Where am I? There I am.
And we'll say, for ease's sake, Grace's companions have rushed in and grabbed a table already. Excited to sit in the warmth, not trudging through the snow. But yeah, you see outside there's a hanging sign with a cracked mountain. It says the Sundered Stone Inn hanging outside. If you wish to enter, please do.
Yeah, Bungo would head on in.
Excellent.
Okay.
As you enter,
Protect evil.
as you enter, the first thing you probably notice, considering you've been walking through the snow for a week, is the roaring fire across the way. You see a nice, cozy inn, lots of wooden tables, nothing too fancy. A lot of the furniture looks hammered together from odds and ends. But there's a homely, rustic feel about it. The roaring fire. There's an interesting looking setup just over here by the door outside, where there's a shelf with a number of metal bars on it that seems to be attracting the attention of your companions who sat down at the table here, who are chattering amongst themselves and pointing over to the shelf. You see a number of patrons, dwarven folk, drinking away, making merry, sitting there. It is the middle of the day, so no one's getting too hammered just yet, seemingly. There's a barkeep behind the bar, and a couple of interesting figures up here to your left on a raised wooden platform, sitting and having what looks to be a private discussion with each other. What would you like to do?
Well, let's get a table, shall we? I think we should, spent enough time on the road, just rest the rest of the day before we head into the city and head out maybe tomorrow.
Sandra will just dump all her shit on the floor, just like there.
Very good.
Run
You
over,
dump your shit on the floor.
and she just runs over to the fire.
Excellent. Yeah, and the hearth is wide, the fire is roasting warm. It's got the lovely setup of the flat stones in front that you can sit yourself up on, your feet up on. Nice and toasty.
Bungo would approach the bar.
Yeah, and as you approach the bar, dwarven woman lines up opposite from you. Good day.
Good day.
What can I get you?
Well, I don't suppose you've got any honey pine dew this far north?
I can't say I've even heard of honey pine dew, but
No.
it sounds sweet.
Anything sweet you've got, I'll need something with a bit of sugar in it.
Okay,
Got it.
well, you take a look, and she passes across some menus to you with the symbol of the Cracked Mountain on them.
Oh yeah.
We do have a mead that might tickle your fancy in the sweet department.
Oh yes, I'll have a Mirror mead. That sounds very nice.
One Mirror mead, of course.
And just say some gold mine dumplings. They sound very nice as well.
Right you are. Granny! She calls back into the kitchen.
Oh god.
Dumplings!
She's like the mum out
Yeah,
of,
that's what I was thinking. Tomato!
And you hear some belligerent complaining from back in the kitchen. There's some saloon-style doors here, so you can't quite see. But you hear someone bustling about behind. She's like, "Oh, I always forget. My name's Eris Marblebrow. This is the Sunderstone Inn, owned by the Sunderstone family. Please do make yourself at home anywhere. It's all open seating. Should you have any questions about anything on the menu, I'm your gal. But yeah,
Do you have rooms here?
we have some rooms. They are available at the moment. We have 4 rooms currently available. 2 doubles, 2 singles.
I think we'll take 1, 2,
All of
3,
them.
all 4. Yeah, all 4 if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine by me. And she kind of says the last bit quite loudly. Fine by me that you take all the rooms. And she looks over to this corner, and you see this woman here who's very finely dressed, golden, quite similar to the Submarchian, golden emblems and things woven through her hair, who just gives a nod back over. And Eris says, yeah, that's fine. We do charge perhaps a little more than you folk might be used to if you're asking about southern drinks. Be 2 gold per night per room.
Well, that's reasonable, I suppose. 2 poker each, so that would be... How much would that be in total? Someone do maths to me, I'm so tired.
8 gold for the rooms.
Oh, blam. Oh no. Yeah.
Bungo will hand over platinum piece.
Oh, very nice. She knocks it against the table.
And hopefully that'll cover any food we have as well.
Sandra just
indeed.
shouts, "What's the strongest drink you have?"
She looks at her. How old are you, girl?
19.
19. It's good enough. Well, it is early, but the strongest drink is the 10 Towns Tipple. If you're looking to challenge yourself.
Yeah? I'll have one of them, please.
She cocks an eyebrow at Atala, then Bongo, then Grey, looking for any objections.
So we've all got to learn
Praise.
somehow.
He's got the face of like, well, shit, if you say, you know. Go on, man.
All right. And she moves over to the side, opens up a little chest that's down by the side of the bar, and takes out a really nice looking glass bottle, and pours shot glass full for you, Sandral. Pushes it across.
And you do it all in one, yeah?
Hey, that's the idea.
Yeah. How much is it?
Just a single shot, a silver piece.
You should give a silver piece.
Alright.
She like slams it and then slams the glass and then it's like, oh, whoops. And she's like,
Yeah.
it's not doing anything.
Well, it burns. This shit is
She's like-
burning as it goes down.
Good on you,
Eris
Sandra.
laughs. You actually did that better than many of the regulars, and she nods over towards the guys over here who kind of cheer.
You've got a. Looks like you got a bit of halfling in you yet.
I just. It's like, do you have anything to take the burn off?
Bungo will hand
My
his
God.
mead over.
She sips the mead. It's like, I'll just have. Can I have a Luskan Red? I didn't think that was gonna be so.
Of course, girl. Well done, well done. She pours a glass of Luskan Red.
Thank you.
That'll be 3 silver.
Okay, yeah, she hands it over. God, these drinks expensive, man. Jeez.
Yeah, it's an expensive inn. And none of you are trying to put it on Gildred's tab.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. No, I don't want to put it on Gildred's tab.
Yeah, you
He's
guys
too
got money.
Bungo will
Okay.
look back over to the woman over here and then look back to the barmaid and just say, are those the owners?
Aye, that's Verenia. She's the one that likes to hang around more often than any of the others.
Oh, well, maybe I'll have to give her my my thanks for such a lovely stay in a lovely inn.
No, I think she'd appreciate that. And between you and me, she's actually quite fond of the Mirar mead herself.
Well, perhaps I'll get her one. You'll order another mead.
Of course.
And what
She
about
pours it for
the
you,
what about
but
the
this
old
time
fellow?
in a special golden goblet.
Okay. What about the old fellow next to her? What's he having to drink?
He wouldn't like you calling him old fellow, that's for sure. That's Dagon. Dagon Forgefire. He's a bit of a fancy man in the city. To drink whatever's in front of him, really. Probably
Well,
the tipple.
I'll have a tipple as well then.
Alright. This time she doesn't get a shot glass like she did for Sandra. She gets a little tumbler and pours a fairly weighty bit into there. And she'll kind of give you a wink and say, don't worry about the cost on that one. He's got his own tab here. His family's, well, wealthy would be an understatement.
Oh, thank you. And Bungo will sort of carry the drinks, but he'll sort of look to Atala as he does, and he says, "Keep an eye on Sandra, our dear. We don't want her being hungover for the walk tomorrow."
I'm not sure we could control her even if we wanted to.
Well, just maybe if only we had one of those mugs of sobriety.
That would be useful.
Let me go introduce myself to the fine owners of this establishment.
You go ahead, dear. I'm gonna go and return this book that I almost forgot.
Bungo head up to the owners.
Could I very rewound and done an insight check on when you said the barmaid called out to, well, not called out to her, but raised her voice.
Yep.
As to like how, what kind of impression she was giving off, why she was raising voice and making sure she heard. But never mind, it's a 4. So.
I mean,
Okay,
neither of them.
Have lumps help.
Hey!
Fuck it.
Just randomly shouts Heffalump help.
Yeah, you do get a look from Eris. Right. 13. Yeah, it seems like there's a very clear power structure here, and this woman is taking an active role as the owner in the bar, and any big decisions probably have to go immediately through her, rather than the barkeep having the agency to do it herself. So booking out all the rooms, she didn't want to step on her toes.
So she runs the place, but she's the manager.
Yes, the owner, and likes to get involved as the manager, yeah.
Okay.
Seems to be the power relationship.
It's like that pizza place I went to in Bedford.
That's the story.
The guy is such a dick.
Oh no.
It's just like, fuck off. Like, I know you're the owner, but you don't need to make stupid... Anyway, don't worry.
I'll be asking about that later.
Yep.
So, Bungo, you approach the woman?
Yeah, and he'll just say, "Hey, old friends, I just thought I'd bring you both a drink and just say thank you for your just this lovely establishment." And
yeah, and do you hand them the drinks?
yeah,
or
he
put the
would.
drinks
Yeah,
down on the
he'd
table?
put them on the table. Yeah.
Okay. You'd get quite different reactions from each of them. Dagon would take the pipe out of his mouth and just literally raise the glass to you and just go, "Appreciate it," and slam back the tipple that you brought him. It just gives it a as it's going down. Whereas the woman has a much more calculating look. She looks around at you, and a smile is on her face. A very warm smile. She says, "Thank you, and to whom do I owe the pleasure?"
Bungo Good Barrel.
Good Barrel. I presume from Amphail?
Yes. Have you been?
Not myself. I'd like to, but we like to export, and anyway, that's another tale. I assume you came here for a purpose, or you just wish to introduce yourself?
Oh, just I like to just say hello and meet people. Just to say hello, really. No particular meaning behind it.
I see. Meet someone, social butterfly, perhaps?
A little bit, yes.
Well, this is Dagon Forgefire, the son of Submartian in the city, and my name is Verenia Sunderston. Gives you a little bow forward.
Oh, a pleasure to meet you both. I think we actually travelled here with your father. Looks to the dwarf.
He gives like his brow furrows, and he's like, "What?"
Yes, we travelled with the Submartian. On our way in, we got
on his caravan.
On his caravan, yes, yeah.
Right.
Very pleasant man.
I assume you've ended up with heavier pockets as a result.
A little bit, yes.
He does like to throw it around. He rolls his eyes and looks at Verenia, who just smiles.
Well, good evening to you, or good day to you both, rather, and may Lyra be with you.
Dagon, when you say Lyra, may Lyra be with you, Dagon looks at Verenia with like a confused expression. But Verenia just smiles and says, "And with you, may her joy bring you happiness throughout the day."
And yours. And he'll head back over to Grey.
Okay. We are running over, so I'm going to call it to a close there. Well done to everyone for surviving the road to Mirabar. You've made it to the Sunderstone Inn. There's plenty. In fact, just for Kieran and Natalie, you would have noticed as you came in, because it's on the wall, like behind you as you come in through the door. There's a notice board. There's not much on the notice board. Things offering services within the city, advertisements for different shops. There's no mercenary work or anything like that. But you would have noticed a missing person sign.
What was on it?
Ingvar.
I've added it to all your journals. I've clicked
Oh,
on show to
fuck.
players.
Oh,
Oh
fuck.
no! No!
That is old though, isn't it?
Yeah. A crumpled, tired page.
No!
No.
So
Yeah.
sad.
But with that, I bring the session to a close.
Oh, little clap. We did it, guys.
You did it! You made it! You survived the road.
I have a lot of shit to buy next
Huh?
I have a lot of shit to buy next session, Tom, so I'm going to send you a little... I found a
Oh, yeah,
little
no worries.
cleric components thing. So pretty much, I want to try and buy pretty much everything on that list I can afford.
Oh, that's fine. No worries. Steph, were you saying something?
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm glad we dealt with the hooded figures.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a lot of different things that would have happened depending on when you dealt, if and when you dealt with them. Fair to say, if you hadn't dealt with them at all, it could have been real bad.
Shit.
But yeah,
Thank God.
that was a possibility.
Then suddenly get really charismatic and be like, "Hey, you want a drink?" Wait a minute.
Thank God Grey was like actually probing them, because Bongo was just like, these guys are fine.
Faithful Bahamut worshippers.
They're keeping to themselves. This is fine.
Yeah, he sees the best in people. That's why you keep people like Grey around.
Yep.
Yep.
The bullshit detector.
That was awesome. Thank you, Tom.
Yeah, that's really
Glad
good.
you enjoyed it.
Thanks, Tom.
You don't get no more Submarchian. No more Submarchian.
I like Submarchian.
He's cool.
Hunt him down.
His son is less nice.
It's alright. He accepted a drink.
Yeah. No, he's not horrible. He's just not as, like, nice old man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Imagine you tried to give me a drink. He's like, "Fuck off, trying to buy me."
No, it's quite the opposite. Whereas the dad's like, "Look how much money I have." He will accept a drink from anyone. He's a penny pincher. It's like, "Dad, stop giving away all our money. That's my inheritance." But yeah. Cool. Well, thank you one and all. Next Sunday,
Thank
unless
you.
anyone says otherwise, we'll see what happens at the Sunderstone Inn and Mirabar itself, and if you start heading on towards the mountain.
Yeah.
Is the mountain quite far?
The mountain is like another 2-3 days travel, yeah.
Okay. So
To the
it's not
base of
like-
the mountain.
Oh. Okay.
Yep.
Where were
Grace
these
has
guys
already
going
been
to?
useful to you guys, but the part where Grace becomes fucking essential is when you get to the base of the mountain. You're like, "It's a big mountain."
Oh, we
I
go.
was gonna say, is Grace coming? Are these guys coming?
Yeah, they want to go to Mount Archelon.
Oh,
They got to pay their respects.
they're gonna die.
I mean, you've kept them alive so far.
I'm gonna have to buy a
Can
fucking
try them
load
now.
of diamonds, fuck's sake.
Good thing you made good friends with the Submarchian and his gem cutting business.
Yeah.
I always wonder how our campaigns would go if we were just a bunch of absolute twats.
I can tell you in my campaign, I would punish you real fucking hard.
Yeah, we'll travel with you. Oh, you got a big diet? You got a big emerald in your bed? Well, gonna get that.
Oh yeah, if Grey robbed him, oh my god. Oh my god.
Do not tempt me.
Yeah, we'll watch the whole city mobilize.
We're at the level though where if you could fight like
Oh yeah.
200 commoners.
Yeah.
Really? That's how it works out.
Well,
It's basically what happened
Can we
with...
do that?
Probably. It's basically what happened with Tugly. Fucking, they got framed for fucking murder of one of the high councillors in Mirabar, and then got chased out of town.
That's so cool.
It was pretty cool, yeah.
why did he do it, Tugly? Why?
We didn't do it, we were framed!
Sure. That's what they all say.
Yeah.
They're
Time
not
to
from
taste
around here.
Mirabar justice. Yeah, there is a fair bit of they're not from around here in Mirabar. What do you mean you're not a miner?
He's not even human or a dwarf.
You must be a blacksmith then. No, I'm not a blacksmith either. What?
What else is there?
Stonecutter. No. What?
Jeweler.
Oh, I can't wait. I hope you guys go down to the lower city. That's where the real shit's happening.
Oh yeah.
Everyone's a fucking dwarf just staring at you.
Sounds about right.
Oh, we don't have a dwarf. Well, we've never had a dwarf except Ingvar, right?
Yeah.
Davy was a dwarf.
Oh, and Ostred.
Yeah, I'll strip it to
Who was?
Davy.
Oh, Davy.
Oh,
I always
Davy.
forget Davy is a dwarf. I just think of him as Davy.
Yeah, he's his own race.
Right, thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thanks all. That was
Thanks,
great. Well
guys.
played.
Thanks, Tom.
Bye.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank
Yeah, it's
you,
so
good night.
funny feeding Hannah mystery stuff. Just
Yeah.
being like, ooh, okay, do it, identify it, enjoy.
Thank
Thinking
you.
about that for a week.
I'm gonna
Bye,
think of all
bye,
the
bye.
questions.
Bye.
Good night.